Goonhammer has partnered with Legalized Mischief to present you with Colin Ward's long-form painting videos. Like and subscribe, and follow Legalized Mischief and Goonhammer for more hobby tutorials.
Hey everyone, it's Colin with Legalized Mischief Productions. Thank you for joining me and welcome. And today we're going to be starting a new tutorial series. This is Ork Warboss Killfist Bonekrakka, and he is a snakebite beast snagga warboss on a giant squig. This is of course based on the Mozrog model that Games Workshop sent me. So thank you Games Workshop for sending this out. I decided to do a little kit bash with it. So they sent out the Mozrog model, which is where I got the giant squig and his legs. And this model is awesome. This is a super cool little model. I'm really excited to paint it up. And then I don't actually love the Mozrog torso. They also sent out this beast snagga kind of warboss model. So what I did was I kit bashed the beast snagga's Beastboss to fit right on Mozrog's legs to make a snakebite, a really bitchin' snakebite warboss, huge warboss. This model is massive. Mozrog is a little weedy for my tastes, so, and you know, I don't play orcs, so I wanted to have a unique, just a unique model, something that would look cool, something that would be neat in the, you know, Warhammer community article if they do one of those. So, I just thought it'd be fun, and it's just a straight kit bash on both kits. The cool thing about GW, kind of the way they sculpt orcs, is a lot of the waistline and torso are the same. So I literally just cut Mozrog's legs flat and then cut the the beast boss's torso flat, and they're at the same angle. So a little bit of each belt remains, but you know, orcs doubling up on belts is not unheard of. So, and it literally just sits there. That's no glue or anything. It just sits right on there. So he looks great. He looks huge. I did take Mozrog's back banner. Mozrog's back banner and left it on there to just kind of give it that snake bite feel and to just balance it out, get a nice strong triangular shape here for the top of the torso. And other than that, it's a pretty standard build with the hair squig and the iron jaw, couple of horns. There's some armor here, but I'm going to be doing a very quick and dirty scheme for the, especially for the metal elements, very rusty, a lot of rust and quick metallics. Overall, I want to do a pretty efficient scheme with this model in general. So, because I mean, I don't play the army. I wanted to look good. Obviously, I wanted to look good for potential article and just for pictures and stuff. So, I do want it to look good, but I want to, you know, I want to get on with it. I want to spend all week painting this thing. So, as far as skin tone, I'm actually going to do a blue skin tone for the orcs. I don't want to do a traditional green. So it's going to be a kind of dark sea blue skin tone, kind of a darker blue, like this color, which will be fun to do. So that skin tone will offset really nicely with the kind of rust pigments. And then the basing is going to be kind of a Martian red-orange basing as well. Very quick. Cork, a little bit of cork, a little bit of texture paste, a lot of pigments. So very quick basing scheme for this model. I also have a nameplate coming from Versatile Terrain So that'll be cool. That'll be done in a quick rusty way as well. But efficiency is going to be the name of the game with this, and just getting a really nice outcome, because if you're painting orks, if you're playing orks, you're gonna need to paint a lot of models. There's no two ways about it. You're gonna need to paint a lot of models, a lot of highly detailed models. The Beast Nugget boys, the new models are just crazy detailed. But even the old ork boys are really detailed, but Gretchen are detailed. So the goal here is to kind of balance that and find a way to kind of elevate this, central character is that he's a war boss for the army. So you don't want to, just rush through him. But at the same time, I do want to get this on the table. I do want to get this finished in the case. And I want to kind of explore a scheme that doesn't take forever to paint, right? We want to get it on the table. We want to get it painted. And this is just one war boss. There's going to be probably one or two more main characters in the army. And then, then you have the Beast Nugget boys themselves. You have trucks. You have the Squig riders. You have maybe a kill rig, which is an insane kit. You have planes. You have dreadnoughts, cans, specialist mobs of commandos or storm boys, or, the list goes on and on. So in that vein, you don't want to spend all the time in the world. So I'm going to show you how I do that with this model, how I approach that. And then the Squig, of course, the elephant in the room, is the kind of shark Squig. This I'm going to do like the great white Squig. So I'm going to do this. So if you look at Mozrog's actual model, there, okay, Ring, I get it. Somebody's dropping off the groceries. So you have the great white Squig here. This is great. This is a phenomenal color scheme for just that great white shark color scheme. I'm going to do this color scheme for the Squig. I'm going to try and do it kind of exactly how it's done here, with kind of the fleshy white on the bottom with the pink kind of wounds and the creases and everything. Black teeth, red eye, and then that kind of purplish gray on top. This is all going to be all rusted out. This is going to be all rusted out. I'm not sure what I'm going to do for that panel quite yet, but it's going to be pretty straightforward, whatever it does do. And see, Mozrog, just like, this guy's such an animal in the game. Whoops. This guy's such an animal in the game. He's just kind of weedy for my taste, for being what he is on the table. And just the Squig overtakes this model. So, which is why I did the kit bash, to kind of give the boss on top a little more oomph, and he can be played as the super tough build, the really durable build for that beast boss. So for that war boss rather. So first things first, I'm going to do this. I'm going to start on the Squig. So the first segment is going to be me painting the Squig. The Squig can be painted completely independently from the war boss. So, and there's this little boom gun that goes on the side here, which is really the only part that I left off. I'm moving, the more I paint, the further away from sub-assemblies I get. And I'm really good on just not having a bunch of sub-assemblies to worry about. So I left the gun off just because, that's kind of a no-brainer. It's really easy to leave off. And then I left the war boss off as well. But I'm not leaving any, the war boss doesn't lend itself to sub-assemblies other than really the back banner. But, and then, the boots and the pants and stuff, the saddle, these can all be painted separately. The main thing is the Squig. So Squig can be painted entirely separately. I'm going to do the Squig first. That way I can kind of work on the basing as well while I'm working on the war boss, and then just have it all come together at the end. So my goal is for this, again, to not take too long, because I have other things to do. And, and because, you know, like I said in the beginning, we all have like a list of models that we need to paint. So, this is going to be a good challenge, and I'm looking forward to getting started on it. You know, I've had this bottle built for a minute, and I'm excited to start painting it. So, first things first, we're going to get started on the Squig in part 2, and we'll take it from there. Should go pretty quick. The Squig should be, I have a good idea of how I want to approach it, and it should go really fast. So, without further ado, we're going to get started on part 2. I'll post that at the same time as I post this, obviously. I think I'm going to drop a few segments of this on Saturday, just to capitalize on it. And then we're going to do it's going to be a very orky kind of Orktober. So we're going to be working on the Great White Squig for Warboss Killfist Bonekrakka. And this is what we're going to go for, the box art scheme for the Squig itself, not for the rider, obviously, but I'm going to do that gray coloring on the top part and the kind of fleshy white on the bottom. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to paint the bottom part, I'm going to mask it, and then we're going to spray the top and work on the Squig a little bit. So that's the goal. We'll see how it works. So the flesh is not actually just white, and there's more pink in it than I think in like a traditional kind of gray white shark kind of look, but so it'll fit in alongside the more red Squig. So first things first, I'm going to do a base coat of Cardic flesh. This is a very rosy kind of flesh color. I recently did an albino scheme for a Cruel Boys model, and starting off with a flesh color and working up to that kind of really light, almost white, gives it a lot more richness, and it really helps when it comes, like if you see the kind of bruising and stuff, you can see this is there's a lot of pink in this. So we're going to start with a rosy flesh, and it can be any rosy flesh. It doesn't have to be this P3 paint. It can really be any rosy flesh, but we're just going to give and I'm going to do the inside of the mouth as well. And the inside of the mouth is something we'll come back to. I'm not going to go crazy in there because I'm going to use some blood effects in the mouth because I think it'll look cool, but also it's a lot faster than going in and painting all that. So first things first, we're going to just do a nice even base coat. And it's not actually half and half, it's a little... You want to make sure to get up on the nose. There we go, now we're getting... I'll take a couple passes here. And we can kind of already see where that gray and white is gonna break there. Really get under the stomach. Just make sure to get everywhere. Really. Okay. All right, we're going to let that dry, and when we come back, we'll do the first highlight. Okay, so now that that's dry, we're going to come in with the next color, the first highlight color, which is going to be light fleshed from Vallejo Model Color. This is a very, very, very light, almost white flesh color, but it's perfect for what we need to do. And remember that bronze flesh is really only informing kind of the deepest shadows. I'm going to come back with a brush and do a lot of the highlighting and stuff in the creases with some different tones. And we even want to get under here because we don't really want it to be pink or that kind of rosy flesh underneath. We want it to be very, very pale. So even though that looks pretty white, just white on the camera, it is a very light flesh color. So just gonna make sure to get a nice even coat of that. You can still see informing some of the shadows with that bronze flesh, but now with leaving that contrast. There we go. A diffuse light. So you can see that kind of fleshy tone there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and I'm going to add white to the light flesh to do the actual highlight, because you don't want it to be kind of flesh and gray. We really want it to be kind of white and gray, but we need that flesh kind of undertone for the kind of rosy shadows and creases and everything to make sense visually. So you see the difference between those two. Now you can really see it. Now that we've mixed more white into it, you can really see this was the light flesh here, and that's with the white mix. So it's going to be much, much, much closer to just a white. Much better. That's much closer to what I'm looking for there. Perfect. So that's good. I'm going to rinse the cup out. I'm going to rinse the cup out, but I'm going to leave a little bit of that mix in there. But not really. It's just like the very remnants of the light flesh and the white. Now I'm going in with the straight Vallejo model color white, but thin. I don't want this to overpower, but again, you can see from the light flesh in the bottom right to the mix in the bottom left, and then now to just almost pure white on the glove there. That kind of trifecta of highlights. I'm just blowing air on this to let it dry. You can use a hair dryer, but usually air is pretty good. And then I'm going to come in with basically that straight white and just get the kind of outermost portions here, top parts. There we go. Oops, diffuse that light a little bit. Looking pretty good. Happy with that. And now I am going to get out the hair dryer and make sure that is fully dry for the next step, which is going to be masking it off. That's going to be a little bit more involved. Gosh, why is wouldn't be one of my tutorials if I wasn't adjusting midstream. White's just tough in general. Oof. Not enough. Raise the gain a little bit. There we go. That's pretty close. So it's pretty white at this point, but it's a warm white. There's a warm kind of fleshy undertone. That's a good way of looking at it right there. That's pretty true. So you can see it's a warmer white. It's a warm kind of fleshy look. Which come on. There we go. I think it's pretty close so far, and then that pink is this is showing up a lot more pink, but we'll see. I'm gonna stop using the reference image now, except just to figure out where to put the gray, but I think that's pretty close too with the coloring. So gonna let this fully dry, and then we're gonna come back and do the masking. So we'll be back in just a minute. Okay, so we're back. This is, dry enough. So this is going to be the tricky part / fun part, which is going to be getting that kind of shark coloring onto the top part while leaving the bottom this flesh color. Obviously, we want to protect from overspray. And the tricky part is because it's a little ragged, it's a little uneven, and there are 2 ways to go about this, and I just thought of a better one. There was only going to be one way with the, I was going to do liquid mask, but I think I've actually thought of a better way to do this, so that's kind of cool. So liquid mask, obviously, is a liquid. And so, but the liquid mask will end up with like rounded edges. This is more jagged edges. Now I could go in and do that with a paintbrush, but ain't nobody got time for that. So what I'm going to do is, actually, I think this will work. Let's find out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to rip this tape. This is, to me, a masking tape. This is the 6mm tape. That looks pretty cool. That looks like it's going to work perfectly, actually. Look at that. So here we have this kind of shark texture there. And there we have that kind of ragged. Look at that. Nothing like learning on the fly here. So that's super exciting. Let's see how this looks. And I'm going to keep it so it's going right underneath the ridge here, right underneath the nose. And then we're just going to kind of follow that back. Yeah, it's going to go kind of above on this line here. It's going to be behind these exhaust pipes. So I think I'm actually going to start back there and work my way forward, maybe. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to start at the kind of the leather. Oops, this has still got some tuft on there. And so let's do. Okay, so we just get that in the corner there. There we go. Haha, look at that. Make sure we get a nice seal. And then under the eye there. Perfect. Ooh, this is going to look good. Ooh, I'm excited now. I was already excited to paint this model, but you build it and then it kind of sits there and you're like, oh yeah, that'll be cool. It'll be a nice tutorial, blah, blah, blah. But then you start actually working on it and oh boy, I'm excited now. So we're actually going to take this little mustache piece here. This is going to be a little higher on the, make sure that it links up naturally on that side, and then we're going to come just right under the nostrils here. Cool, cool, cool. Coming around this side. What is that? Did that wipe off my glove? That's too bad. See that? That's fine. Whatever. That'll work itself out in highlights, I'm sure. And then on this side, that's too linear. So back. I can't grip anything with the. Yeah, see, this is too straight of a line there. So let's just get it kind of bending up a little bit here. And that way we can kind of bring it back down over here. Here we go. Okay. Take the other part of this. Oh, man, it's going to be a lot shorter than that. Okay. Pop. Is that too low? It's too low. Way too low. Come on. Yeah. So if you're looking like straight down, you see how this comes up here and this just immediately like dives off. That's going to look weird. So we can come back in here and kind of do one of those. Now that's more even. See that on that side, how high that is? We keep it high on this side. And then kind of bring it around. God, see, that's still too. I just need more of like a wavy piece here. There we go. Kind of like a more wavy. There we go. I think that makes me feel a little bit better. Okay. And then going down the. Wow, this is tricky. This is tricky. This was all nice and easy on the other side. Now it's getting a little weird. Missing my liquid mask already. Let's try and get out of that foot there. Okay. And critically, I can use both sides of the tape. So, like, moving it back and forth like that really gave me a nice, kind of more varied tear, which is good. So, get that, and then come back in, come in here, and really kind of get that natural bend. And then I'm actually going to try and end that right on the tail there. That looks pretty good. Right? We like that? I think that looks pretty good. Now I'm going to bring in the other side of the tape here because it just has the, mirror image of the... Sure, I think that's all going to be white. So we're going to come back here and just try and stick with the... There we go. Perfect. Boom. Okay, got it. Nailed it. Okay, I'm still going to bring in... That's too bad. So the issue with doing the light flesh and stuff, it's not a very strong paint. So I should have varnished this before, but it's fine. Because you can see I'm rubbing off in a couple places like there. So I mean, I'll just have to go in with a brush and touch those up. But I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's just not ideal. I'd rather stuff not rub off when I'm painting, of course, but nothing I can do about it now. I can just proceed with caution. Come on. Of course, I got the hard part done. Now the easy part is causing issues. Okay. That's going to be boring television. So, now that we got that, I'm just going to finish masking it, and then we'll be right back. Okay. That was fun. I'm glad we didn't kind of go over that. So, this is the part where I don't mask 100%, and then hopefully I don't regret it later. But we have a good... Because what I mean is, like, I didn't mask underneath. And so I just have to be very, very mindful of the overspray. So... This is a very, like, neutral gray that I'm going for here. I don't necessarily want it to be a blue gray. So I am going to just do a quick base coat with gray. And then... this might be too light. That'd be a little... What is this? Medium sea gray? No. Neutral gray. I'm going to try just a neutral gray. That might be too dark. I'm going to try a neutral gray. So I'm going to try and go to gray to neutral gray. And then light gray might be a little bit light, but I don't think so. I think light gray is actually going to work really well. But I'm going to do a middle... I'm going to do that mid with the neutral gray just to be safe. If that neutral gray ends up being as light as I think it is, that'll be a great color. So, no going back now. I mean, get them. But just a nice and easy. Oh, I'm already excited to pull off the masking. This is going to be so cool. And this is what it's all about, man. This is what I love about the hobby and about painting specifically. I don't know if I'll ever, like, this guy may never ever see the table in an actual game of 40K, but man, am I going to have fun painting it. It's not often, we don't get to paint sharks during it. And that's cool. So now we're going to go with the neutral. That is a perfect kind of gray for a shark. I love that. Love that. Oh, yeah, I think this neutral gray is going to be... This neutral gray is going to... What happened to mine? Oh, this. Okay. Speak. Oh my gosh. Easy. Easy. Oh my goodness. I've only been doing this for 2 years. That's pretty light. To be honest. That's pretty light. Okay. So I'm just going to empty out the cup. That's pretty close to what I want to get to. I'm just going to lighten up the cup, or empty out the cup, but I'm not rinsing it out. And leave a little bit of that neutral gray in there. I'm going to put a little bit of that white gray in there. And lighten that up pretty significantly. There we go. You can see how much lighter that gray is, which is also kind of a cool sharky shark gray. I don't want it to be too dark. If it's too dark, it's going to unbalance the model. Because the rider is going to be so dark as well, you want the squig overall to be lighter. It needs to be different enough that there's differentiation between the bottom and the top, but like the top needs to be darker. But I think that's good. I think that's good. So I'm going to stop messing with it. Get a final little kind of bit at the front there. All right. Moment of truth. Oh man, I'm excited. I am excited. So now, I start back here. Then kind of take these general kind of masking elements off here. Good. All the way around. That one. Ow, come back. Yeah, that's out. This one. Already looking good. Already looking good. Could have been lighter, but whatever. Could have been even lighter on the gray. But I think it's fine. Oh yeah, look at that. That worked. That's so cool. That is definitely a darker gray on top. Wow. I could have gone much lighter. Shit. I could have gone much lighter on that. Oh well. It's too late now. Is it though? Is there a way to match this back up? Match that back up. Too dark. Too dark. So, real quick. I know this seems crazy, but it's too far from the white. It's going to look, it's too stark. It looks like a car. It doesn't look organic. That's what I'm getting to. It doesn't look organic. It looks like a car with racing stripes. Even though that like textured part worked, that did not look natural to me. So we're gonna raise it up another level. Just making sure to stay off of the painted area, because if I hit the painted area, there's gonna be some weird lines on this thing, which I don't want. So So I'm going to remask and we'll be right back. Okay, so we're back, and it's an important lesson to listen to your gut, right? Because if you remember a couple minutes ago, I was concerned. So now I'm going to come in with this white gray, which is a very light gray. If it's too big of a shift, it just, I just wasn't comfortable with it. So this white gray is going to be too much on its own. Yeah, everything. White gray is going to be too much on its own. So I'm going to add a little bit of actually that neutral gray. Boop. And the exact grays don't really matter here, right? Unless you want to like try and replicate it exactly. But just so there we go. That's a nice light gray, same exact tone as all the undercolors. And then here we're just going to go real light. There we go. I think that's a little better. Okay. And, it takes a couple minutes, and I think it's gonna totally change the model. So much lighter, kind of gray on the top, because really the bluish gray or the colder gray is already going to contrast a lot from the fleshy white on the bottom part. So we don't, doesn't have to be a super dark light contrast as well. It can be the temperature, the warm cold contrast, and be fine. It's not, the point isn't to get it as contrasting as possible. Oh, much, 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 much better. Look at that. So that's a much closer tone to what I want versus the really dark gray. Sharky. That works awesome. Much, much happier with that. Okay, perfect. Look at that. That's much better. That looks more natural. That looks like a shark squig. Yes. Perfect. Love it. Looks awesome. I mean, the gill, there's a little bit of stuff on the thing there, but we're going to fix that when we come back and highlight it. I'm going to let this dry. Obviously, I'm going to varnish it this time. Just a little quick matte varnish to protect it while I'm handling it. And then when we come back, we're going to start in on the detailing. So we return shortly for that. Today's going to be the fun part where we just kind of base coat everything and block in the main colors for the Squark, the Squig Shark, and start to get a little bit of detailing worked out. So, first things first, because I think I want to get some of this blocked out before I do the shading in the creases and stuff, because if I have to touch up after base coating all this other stuff, I can do that without messing up my shadows that I'm going to be doing at a later date. So first things first, we're going to go in with a little bit of the old beige red from Vallejo Model Color. And just really quickly do the inside of the mouth. And really, this is all this is doing is just blocking that out and laying the foundation for the Tamiya clear red blood effects that we'll be doing at the end, really. So this is just going to be beige red forever, right up until the very end of the project, when I do a little blood, because I think I'm going to do a little blood splatter on the cleaver and his claw. Oh no. Oh my gosh, what is going on right now? And on his claw, and then inside of the mouth, I'll do that as well. So as far as the tongue goes, can use this kind of violet red color. Mix that in a little bit. I don't know, really winging it on the tongue, but it's not really important. It's going to get 100% covered with blood at the end of this thing. So it's just it's really just a placeholder. I do want it to be a little darker so that it's differentiated from just the inside of the mouth. But there's going to be no shading or highlighting or anything. It's just going to be a tongue sitting there. So that's good. Got so cool. So cool. I love it. This thing's so fun. It doesn't get much better than this, honestly. They got a weird little satchel back here. This seems totally unnecessary. They just be putting stuff on orks that's like, really, guys? You really went out of your way to like make more stuff to paint. But I mean, I get that this is like one of the centerpiece models for this release. So gonna use a couple colors for the leather, just a quick leather, just like the Cruel Boys. So German Camo Black Brown and Chocolate Brown are going to be the two colors of leather here. So German Camo Black Brown and a little bit of Chocolate Brown. It's close. I think the lighter leather I'm going to do for the chair here, because I also have to do his pants, are going to have to be another kind of material. The satchel is going to have to be another material. So, and I don't want the exact same leather right next to each other. So maybe I'll do some lighter pants to go with this kind of lighter squig there. Is that part of? Yeah, forget it. Yeah, because this is where it gets kind of iffy with orks and kind of picking out paint schemes and stuff like that. What makes it tough is they can look real busy real fast with just all the different naturals. So like on this model, he has the saddle. Oh, geez. Okay. On this model, he has the saddle, and he's got his pants. He's got his boots. Pants, boots, saddle, satchel. This kind of strap going around the squig, and his belt. Those are all different materials, and 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 of them are all right next to each other. So you can't really double up. What I am going to do, I was originally going to paint this strap a different color, but I'm going to do it the same as the saddle, which makes sense because they're all kind of part of the same tack. Not that orks are, you know, that organized, but this also does a really nice job of kind of bifurcating the model. I think that's the right words. When you bifurcate something, you cut it in half. Don't quote me, that's. So we're going to do this. And yes, it is bugging me with the, like, these mistakes. No, they're not mistakes. They're just like wear marks, just over handling the model, and just having a weak. It's just a weak paint. The flesh colors and stuff are just a weak paint. So yes, it's bothering me, but it makes no sense to fix it right now. Only to have to use the same paints to fix other stuff or highlight other stuff a little ways down the road. So I think we're going to get this sorted. And I might leave. Yeah, I think the metallics are going to be a different segment. This is going to the metallics and then the teeth and stuff. But we'll get this sorted first. Sorry, this is not necessarily what I was expecting or what I wanted to paint today. I wanted to keep working on some Cruel Boys, but I'm on a bit of a time crunch with this now, so not that I'm complaining. This is a great model. German Camo Black Brown. We'll do the pants. This darker brown, which is going to be almost black by the time it's all washed up. And actually, I'm just going to do the belt too, because it's going to be hidden under everything. And, you know, it's my party. I can do what I want to. Cry if I want to. Scrimes. It's going to be hidden under, like, the mass that is his, like, torso and body. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll do the map. Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. At least the belt loops will be done here, so. I think black on the boots for sure. There we go. Do a little brown on the satchel here as well. Same browns. Where he carries his teeth. How is that attached? No, whatever. You just paint it and then pick out the metallics afterwards. They would do this part and then we'll do the metallics and so then black. Do this part, then we'll do the metallics separately and then the teeth and claws and little horn growths there separately. So and when painting, I don't know, bee snaggers or snake bites, a lot of natural colors. If this were going to be a bad moon or free Buddha or something like that, I'd probably expand the palette a lot into other colors. But because of free Buddhas, or excuse me, because of snake bites,
Oh, it's too much water. What's going on here? Guys, here we go. It's got steel-toed shoes, of course. There we go. Steel-heeled shoes as well. So that'll be cool. Okay. And actually, while we are working on while I have the black on the palette, I'm just going to come in here and do quick base coat on that. Claws. While everything's kind of drying up there, so. We go. And then the fun part. Okay, live close. Tap it. Oh, right. This is supposed to be quick, but now that I'm in it, it'll take a second. I'm going to do the back of the teeth as well, so I'll be just right back. Okay, so glad that I paused and just skipped all that nonsense, because that would have been painful to talk through and watch. So here we are at base coat stage, got all the leathers, got a base coated. I decided to go back and do the belt in black, leave the belt loops in the German camo black brown. Now I'm getting deck tan for my quick leather. This is a recipe that I use all the time. This is the same recipe for my Cruel Boys, and this is something that I really, really recommend, especially to people that are looking to be more efficient painting, or army painting, looking to paint armies, in a timely fashion. You don't always have to come up with new. You don't have to come up with new recipes for everything on a model. You don't have to figure out a new way to do things every time you paint something. there's enough, typically, there's enough new things to figure out that it's new and fun and interesting. For example, making this thing into a shark. And just a lot of the other, a lot of them, the teeth are going to be different. The metallics, I'm going to try and do it like in an interesting way and things like that. So there's enough for me to figure out, because figuring stuff out is time consuming. Trying to figure out a new way to do stuff takes time and it takes energy. So if you have a good couple of quick leather, and I'm just using a bad brush and just doing some quick texture on here. If you have a couple of quick recipes in your back pocket for leather or for like basic steel metallics, use those. You don't have to figure it out. You can just use a tried and true recipe, get a good result, and move on. I'm going to know that this is the same leather as my Cruel Boys, which again is fine. But like, nobody's going to look at your model and be like, hey, isn't that the same exact leather recipe you used on this other model? Like, be flattered if somebody were paying that close attention, but nobody's paying that close attention, So just, if you want to figure it out, great. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, spending your time figuring stuff out, of course. But I'm just adding more deck tan.
Sure.
A little bit more differentiation there. Couple more scratches. Do some diagonal scratches just for some variety here. But this, if this is not a central element to this model, you want it to look good, of course, but it doesn't need to be amazing, and does not need to take forever, right? This is literally just texture work, and this is part of why I love it, and it's part of why it's the leather scheme for my Cruel Boys, because it takes like 5 minutes, and that army's like an exercise in efficiency. So, boom, there's some textured leather. Real simple. Real simple. Take that deck tan, come back, grab some of that chocolate brown, German camo black brown. Focus on the creases here and on like the thigh area, the front thigh area. Just lighten these up, desaturate them a little bit. Come back here on the satchel. In this, it's basically like a controlled dry brush. Like, this is not, but it'll look good, It's not going to look bad. I wouldn't do it if it looked bad, but looking good and being time consuming are not always the same thing. You can get a good result without having it be super time consuming. And that's pretty much like, my motto for the Patreon. Ain't nobody got time for that. So I'm not coming in here with a 00 brush and doing like micro scratches. But by using a crappy brush, like, look at this thing is not good. I come in and I get micro scratches anyway. You just have to be very light with it. Very, very light touch. Very light touch here. Okay. Focus on the edges here on the satchel. Go horizontal on the strap to differentiate it. Quick. Same thing with the black. Little deck tan, little black, boom. Lighten that up to a little desaturated kind of gray. stay away from the metallic elements because we're going to do those here in the next segment. Metallics, and then so really there's just 3 segments left. There's metallics, there's the teeth and the nails, just to highlight those. Or maybe, do we have time? Try not to make these too long. Yeah, we're at 20 minutes. A little bit more deck tan for the black. Ankle, top of the foot, this strap, side of the thing, top of the thing, right? A little bit more deck tan. A little more texture, a little more texture, a little more texture. Just keep building, just keep building. Because what we're doing with the leather is we're going to build up all this texture, and then we're going to come in and we're going to knock it all down. Oh, because I also have all these kind of things to do. Okay. Yeah, we'll come back on the teeth and horns and stuff. This is Scale 75 Ink Tense Black. And this is where we get that kind of aged leather. We put all the shadows back in, very thin with water. This is going to be a glaze. We really want this to just glaze the top part of the leather, darken it a little bit, pull everything together, but also sit in the shadows to give a nice kind of almost a pin wash. It is going to darken everything, which is good, which is what we want. But that texture is still going to show through as long as we left it thin, right? But you're going to see it back here, especially on the saddle. In the satchel here. And it just kind of gives this aged, cracked leather look. But those highlights aren't killed by the ink because it's so thin. So you still get all that texture. You can see there, you can see how much darker the leather is, but you can still see all the texture on the boots there, on the satchel, but it's looking aged. And then come in here with the black ink. Oh, no. Too much ink on the... You gotta want to move slow. Okay. Very careful around the flesh there. There we go. Loving that. Loving it. That looks good.
Yes.
Kept everything here nice and dark. Kept the leather not license. Nope, excuse me. Let's zoom back out.
Kept everything there nice and dark. Leather's nice and dark. It's going to be a dark rider, but there's going to be some pops of color on the rider. Of course, the metallics too are going to help break up a lot of this kind of cream color in here, and then of course the purple and magenta and stuff. So there's still a lot of development to go, but I really like where we're at so far. So I'm actually going to call it there. I'm not going to do the teeth and everything. I think 26 minutes is long enough for this segment. So just kind of the leather work looks good. It's not, it doesn't have to be hard. It doesn't have to be time consuming. And it looks good. I'm excited. So when we come back next time, I'm going to do the metallics and hopefully get into, the next couple segments, do the metallics and also the horns and the teeth and stuff. So, and today we're going to be working on some metallics. I really want to get those blocked in and grind up a little bit. We're going to finish it off at the very, very end of the project. We're going to use some pigments and stuff to really get kind of grimy and rusty, but for now we are going to muck this up a little bit. So first things first, a base coat of Vallejo Metal Color Burnt Iron, and we're just going to go through and do a quick base coat on all the metallic areas. Pretty much everything left right now that is unpainted, other than like his row of horns, is going to be metallic. So I want to be careful not to hit the skin, because there's no oil wash or anything coming at the end to save us here. We would have to fix everything by hand with a brush, which is, it's not the end of the world, but if we can avoid it, let's avoid it. And then it's important to remember that the pants have a couple patches on them that are metallic. Just get those out of the way while I'm thinking about them so that I don't skip them accidentally. This kind of knee pad we can do in a metallic as well. And of course the toe kick, the heel, and the little saddle plate here as well. But should I get underneath there? Okay. And then, of course, the little bits on the saddle as well. And then this whole leg and that. I'm going to go ahead and base coat that and then come right back. Okay, now we're back after the base coat. For the steel metallics, just went around and, just laid a good base coat down on everything. Now, I am going to switch it up. I do want to have a few different colors of metallics on this model just to give it a good amount of variation going into, just a larger kind of army scheme in general and really showcasing weathering. So first things first is going to be this kind of tinny tin, or that is the color, tinny tin. And it's like tin bits, very kind of purple brown, brass, bronze color. I'm going to go down. I do
excuse me. Most exhausts that I do in this color. It just fits. And I am going to come and airbrush some soot and scorching and stuff, the sepia and black exhaust kind of scorching and stuff. I am going to airbrush that at the end of the model, towards the end of the model as well. Just I love how it looks. And this is just a natural, I don't know, it just looks good, so I just keep doing it. And again, this is a reused, this recipe is a recipe I've had for, I don't know if it's a recipe, it's like 2 paints, but recipe I've had for like, I don't know, 6 or 7 years. Excuse me. And I make sure that I have multiple backups of each of these paints at all times, just in case. This is Tinny Tin from Vallejo Game Color. Really subtle name. Oh no! Shit! Fuck! Drop the fucking model. Damn it. That's not working. Q-tip. No. God, that was a bad idea. And I scraped some paint off. Okay. That I am gonna fix because that's gonna bother me until it's fixed. If I have to, I will mask and respray that because that's awful. Here's a bit of neutral gray, a bit of light gray, and a bit of silver gray, even though I think that's too dark for where the silver gray is. I'm still going to include it on the palette. Very, very thin here. That's the neutral gray. Too dark. Yeah, this is the neutral gray. And here we come in with a little bit of that neutral gray and light gray mix. Better. I still think it needs some more neutral there towards the bottom down here maybe. And a little bit more light gray. This is very thin. I'm trying to kind of wet blend it, but that's kind of lending its own texture now. That's not really on the model. That was bound to happen at some point. It still feels real bad when it does happen. That was not a good feeling. Yep. It's just dirty. It's matte varnish, that. That's okay. whatever. It's fine. I'm gonna leave it. You stop messing with it. It's gonna make me crazy. I think that's pretty good. It's behind the exhaust, thankfully, so hopefully it won't really come up too much. Well, what I am gonna do now, something I should have done at the beginning, I am gonna take a couple pieces of Tamiya tape. And just kind of protect those areas that I'm going to be holding on to the model, so that I don't just keep rubbing paint off. So now I'm creating more problems for myself down the line, which I do not really want to do. So it's just more stuff to fix, and I don't really want to have to fix a ton of stuff. And that's covering up. Okay, want to make sure to stay off the metallics, though. That would be a big plus when working on the metallics. So it's just to protect those areas that I'll be touching the model a lot. Okay, anyway, back to business. Vallejo Metal Color Copper is a wonderful, wonderful deep copper color. And that is actually going to go... That's going to be kind of the clan color, I think, is going to be this copper, and we're going to weather the bejesus out of it. Lovely verdigris, and just really make it look really nice. Going with some oils maybe for that weathering, for the verdigris. Yeah, that skin looks good. Okay, now that everything's dried, the skin there under the saddle, it looks fine. Just need to be more careful and not rush. I was rushing, so it was my fault. And do this little ankle plate down here. And that's cool. That is a good bit of color. I like that. That is a nice bit of color on this model. That didn't have a lot of kind of standout colors. So that's super cool. Then I'm going to come in with the Brassy Brass, even though I can't read the label. This is called Brassy Brass, also from Vallejo Game Color. The natural coupling to Tinny Tin. And I'm just going to do a quick kind of sideways dry brush over these heat sinks on the exhaust, or the heat guards, or I forgot what they're called. That's a cool color. That's going to get toned way, way, way down. That is not going to be... But we are adding some warmer colors in here, which is nice. And you can see that legs really start to fade into the background, which is fine. We missed this. Nice color. And this needs touch up. Then that needs touch up. Okay. And now I'm going to grab a couple more washes, and then I'll be right back. We'll wash this thing down. All right, and we're back. Now I'm going to take a mix of Inktense Chestnut from Scale 75 and Strong Tone from Army Painter. Strong Tone is going to darken it, but it's also going to make it a little bit more matte. But I want this to be pretty forceful. This is going to be the kind of basis for our rusty kind of old rusty metallic. Again, if you've watched the Cruel Boys tutorials, this is going to be very familiar to you because it's basically the same thing. So, but it works really well and I love it, and I've been painting it a bunch, so it's going to show up in this tutorial too. But I think it looks great, and it's easy, and it's fast, and gives a great result. So, yep, I'm going to keep doing it. And just a nice, don't be shy level of wash here. Most important thing is just to make sure we get in all the little creases and crevices. Missed the bottom of that panel. Oops. Cool. Okay. Just making sure to get everywhere. Staying off the skin. This is less critical because it's at least like close to the... Yeah, just stay off the skin. So, boy, I was not paying attention there. Okay, that's cool. Nice thing about painting orcs is you do have a good amount of leeway when it comes to making mistakes. But, you know, you don't want it to be sloppy. You want it to be intentional. Knee pad, that little thing there, the patches on the armor need to get a little bit. The yoke for the saddle. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Don't forget the patches. Very, very important. This little thing here, the clasps here. I mean, there's just a lot of little pieces that need this attention. Keeping that washed there a little bit. There we go. Remember to breathe when you're doing this. After a couple unforced errors of definitely holding my breath. There we go. And the verdigris on that copper is going to bring out a lot of wonderful colors, blues and greens and purple in the shadows and stuff. So that's going to be a really cool, my God, really cool area to play around as well. Later in the paint. So come back. I want to deepen this effect on these metallics, particularly on the leg here. Really get into the rest here. Like a baseline level of really grimy. And then I can bring it up a little bit. But same on the engine here. All right. And there we have kind of rusty, worn steel look. We're going to let that completely dry and then come back and touch it up a little bit with the metallics. Actually, kind of before we do that, I'm going to grab some Druchii Violet, new palette. A little bit of Druchii, which of course is very matte. I'm going to do a heavy wash. I'm using the purple because the purple on kind of brass and copper has a really nice shading effect. So I'm using the Druchii Violet instead of, Nuln or Agrax or something like that. So nice heavy wash of Druchii, and then here on the copper as well. Just kind of shade those, get a nice base on there, and then there. We'll let all of that, let all that dry, and then we'll come back and just touch those up a little bit. But most of the metallic work is going to be done towards the end with pigments and things like that. So we'll be back shortly. Okay, and now that is concluded and pretty much dry, I like how that's looking. I like the contrast with the body. I think that's pretty cool. So this is just a little Vallejo metal color exhaust manifold. Oh my God, if I could stop dropping this model, that would be excellent. And we're just going to come in really light and do just a quick highlight on some of these metallics. Just real quick texture. Very, like a controlled dry brush. This is not going to be... I don't want this to be over highlighted, as I don't want to lose the brown, the reddish browns. So just very quick.
very light. So you can see like on the yolk, it is shiny. Like it does get used. It is shiny. I don't want it to be like super rusted out. Like it never gets touched, but you can see that kind of rusty texture stays behind, and that undertone is exactly what I want. Then we're going to come back and expand on that. And supplement that with the pigments and such towards the end. So exhaust, kind of a little bit here, a little bit on there. And for now, I'm just going to leave the copper where it's at, and I'll come back and revisit that at the same time that I do the copper on the Warboss. There's just no really... I like where it's at right now. And it's just going to be a whole process. So I'm just going to show that when the time comes. The drying times on the copper and on the verdigris and everything is going to be a lot longer. So it'll be easier when I have more of it to do. So yeah. Okay, real quick and dirty. I can always come back. I can always do a little bit more sponging. After I do kind of more washes and you know, right before doing pigments and stuff, I can take another look at it. If I want to darken it, if I want to lighten it, if I want to add a little bit more differentiation, a little bit more texture, I can always do that. But for now, I think that looks pretty good. It's just a rusty metal, you know, it just looks like a grimy metal. I mean, it's not going to be rusted shut because it moves all the time because things running around, but rider looks good. You know, let's take this protective tape off the front here so we can get a good look at it. So that's a nice balance, I think, with the copper, the rusty steel, and then going into the lighter body of the Squig. So I'm stoked. I'm happy with it so far. You know, I'm really happy with it so far. I'm looking forward to really getting into the Squig when we come back, when we do the teeth and the nails and the horns and stuff. But then really when we get into doing the shadows and stuff and highlighting the face and things like that will be really, really special. So that's when it's really all going to come together, and I'm going to be super stoked and ready to paint the Warboss torso. So thank you. Thanks for following along. Thank you for your support, of course. And if you have any questions, please leave them in the comments below. And I'm really happy with this. This is, you know, these are pretty tried and true techniques that give a great result in really not a lot of time. You know, we spent a couple hours on this model so far, and it's looking great. Really, really good. So I'm looking forward to finishing off the Squig, building the base, and getting onto the torso. So I'm jacked. I'm excited. to paint this model. So anyway, thank you very much for your support. As always, if you have any questions, leave them below. And you know, when we come back next time, we're just gonna bang out the teeth and stuff real quick, and the little ridges, horns and stuff here, and then we can finish out the flesh on the Squig, and then it'll be done. We can put it off to the side. So still working on the Squig, and we're gonna be doing the teeth and claws, and also these little growths, little purple. Well, they're gonna be purple, but these little kind of spiny growths on the Squig. So first things first, teeth and claws. We used Vallejo Game Color Somber Gray. This is like, I don't know, rust gray from Region Gray. It's a blue gray, but it complements really nicely. Make sure it's nice and thin. And I'm actually going to get a better brush for this part, because that big old brush is leading me astray too often. So somber gray,
And this is not... I don't like doing teeth. Teeth are hard. That looks pretty good, though, so far. Yeah, I can live with that. So I might work it with a little bit of black. But maybe not. Oh my gosh, how did I get black on... Okay. So I'm working down to get a nice little... I like that kind of streaky kind of texture on the tooth there. And I get that by using a bad brush and just working kind of down. Thin paint, bad brush leads to texture. The inside of the tooth as well, on the big teeth at least. Yeah, I'm gonna have to clean up those. Clean up the gum line. Just to make sure it looks natural-ish. There we go. God, I hate doing teeth. And teeth and like horns and stuff, just not really my thing. I don't know why. It's just never really been my thing. I think because I'm impatient, and so I don't do the like thin lines and all that stuff. But like I like that one tooth. That one tooth looks kind of cool. Then I have some black on my palette here. Thin it way, way, way down. And see if I can't. So when I say thin, I mean like, water thin here. Get a little something, a little bit of a transition here or something. Yeah, I think that's a waste of time. Maybe on this side, but maybe on the bigger teeth, it'll be more worth it. Kind of do the same thing down here on the toes, claws. Then get wolf gray. Remember, if the paint's not coming out, the solution is not to squeeze harder. A mistake I've made literally too many times to count. So very thin. And then yeah, that'll work. So working on the side, this is gonna be tough. Now I'm gonna get my actual sharp brush here. Very thin paint. Maybe it's not thin enough. It's like not fresh. Just a little vertical line on the front there should do for these smaller teeth. That's very tired. And go around and highlight all these teeth. I'm actually, not unhappy with that so far. Oh, that was not great, but I mean, those teeth look pretty good, right? Right. I'm just gonna tell myself to do that. Line in front, line in front. Do a little kind of top of that tooth there. Okay. Woof. Broken tooth there. Just a couple little lines on the toes. I mean, it's fine. Not my favorite part of the model. Not my favorite part of this paint job by far. Kind of not too stoked right now with just how this looks in general. But that being said, there's a long way to go. I mean, I'm stoked with how the model looks. I'm not too stoked with the... Well, I mean, I guess it's fine. Whatever. Sharp teeth. Now for the tricky part. That was the easy part. Now for the tricky part. The tricky part is going to be figuring out how to do these little kind of growths. But I think my first instinct is going to be the right one, and it's going to keep it nice and simple. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that same wolf gray that I was using for the teeth and just do a quick highlight on these growths here. Spines. Right? Right. Little one there, the little one there. Okay. And then this is the tricky part. This is just Druchii Violet, the GW wash, but not heavy. And I'm just going to use this to tint over the gray. And I'm just going to really go like one side at a time. I do not want this to pool. I do not want this to be a wash. I'm using it more as like a glaze. You kind of have to do the whole thing at once. Otherwise, you're going to get like tide marks like I did on the second one there. I mean, it's fine. It's not go. But you just don't, there is not a lot of working time. Once you put it down on the little bump, you really have to wait for it to dry to go back and do anything. Back here. It does dry quick though. So those are starting to get tinted a little bit. Okay. Probably could use some Lamy and medium for this, but that's fine. The issue with doing it this way is there's really no way to like highlight it or anything. It just kind of is what it is. But actually, you know, it would be kind of fun. What if I did little dots. In that way, that kind of breaks up the... That actually kind of breaks up the mottled highlight. That looks kind of cool. Kind of. Do one more, just kind of, now I want to tone those spots down a little bit, so I got to do one more pass. That's fine. That looks cool. A little different. Kind of keeps it, kind of puts it over into that fantasy, kind of orky area. Instead of just like the totally natural kind of look of the Squig. I'm happy with it though. I mean, the teeth are growing on me. The teeth look fine. The ridge looks fine. I'll have to integrate something on the orc to tie in with the purple, but that's easy enough to do. And the purple will tie in with the copper and stuff like that. So, and we're still working on the great white Squig, but today we're going to be, for now, finishing up this part of the Squig. And so what we're going to be doing now is the flesh. And this is going to be the part that really brings everything together. So I'm going to take off the kind of protective tape job that I did. Oh, shit. Well, as you can see, I forgot to do the rest of the spines in the purple to keep it going down. I'll do that. I'll do that after we do the flesh. So, pro tip, don't forget to do stuff like that. But it's not a big deal. I mean, I was just going and, do the thing. So, first things first, we're going to touch up some of these areas that I messed up and or just, a little wear and tear. So, little light flesh and mixed with white. And we can kind of mix that in different proportions to get the right. But here we have, and this is just going to be very kind of general, very general touch up here. It shouldn't take much. It shouldn't need much touch up, really. Just a few spots. Because we're going to come back over this too. Looks like I missed a couple of teeth in. Man, what was I doing? So I was in a hurry. No, I painted on that too. Come on. There we go. So you can see I missed a little tooth right there. And I got a little paint on that tooth right there. But again, no big deal. I mean, you know, just come fix it real quick. Now I finally get to fix this part that's been bothering me here. There we go. And that's a little too much of the light flesh. I need a little bit more white in there to kind of blend it in. That side got dirty. Let's see the little black. I don't know if it's showing up too well. No, anything's showing up too well right there. Hang on. You see the little speckles here from painting the leather, painting the metallics, like got a little speckle there. Which is okay. I mean, it's not the end of the world. We just come through and it's an organic beast, so it doesn't have to be uniform. We're not doing, you know, sharp edge highlights or anything like that. So I think that's pretty close to good. Little thinned white hair. This is kind of preempting some of these highlights too. Can't believe I didn't notice the little horns went all the way down the back. Okay. So big decision is if I'm going to do, yeah, I kind of have to do those horns the purple as well, huh? Maybe these ones too? What do you think? Well, I'm not going to do them right now. Like I said, I'm going to come back and do them. Those are gray in the box art. Interesting. So what we're going to do now is the bit that's really going to add the depth. And I'm going to take some of this old rose from Vallejo Model Color. And this paint is great. This is just a great, warm, very warm pink. It's a perfectly named paint, right? It's old rose. It looks like rose. It's a rose pink. It's a great color. And then this is just Lamy in medium. I want this to be very, very thin. Very thin. And as you can see here, it's like water. That might be a little too thin. And I'm going to test it kind of in a low impact area. Perfect. And so this is the first pass of this is not going to do a lot. This is, but you can see, hopefully, nope. Oh, man. Look at this. Boop. Too high. Okay, hang on. Sorry. You can see it start to build up in here. And then with the second pass, now you can see a little bit more pink in there. And then we can still come over onto the gray as well, because this gray is so light. If we're going to come into that gray. And then I can find these creases in the skin here and just hit them with that old rose. These little bumps, I'm going to go around those. Same thing down here. Just kind of scars. And these little bumps on the stomach. Getting back behind there. And the key here is to not try and do too much right off the bat, because we do get to build it up, right? So I even think that I need to thin this down even more. Then we're going to come in and highlight back over the top of it. But I want a good amount of this around the jaw. This is really going to make that jaw work. And there's a couple little slashes here. And the key to this is it being transparent, very transparent with all the Lamian medium that I'm using. It makes the old rose very transparent, and it helps it just settle into the recesses. Which will give it that, should give it that effect. Where it's just kind of tinting the flesh. I'm not necessarily, over painting the flesh. Oops. And it's really important to get these little scars and stuff with the paint, because it helps tie the gray into the body color. But you can see that developing there really, really nicely. Oh my gosh. Boy, this tutorial has been a little bit more hectic than I was anticipating. Let's get up in here. Let's get this kind of shaded as well. Drop in there. These kind of lines on the belly here are rough. There's a little dip there. Scars on the knees. And then the leg is where we're really going to kind of go a little heavier. These little lines across the leg here. This leg here. Thankfully, like, this is a great sculpt. And it's got, you know, nice deep crevices and everything. So that really helps. Oops, I don't want that on the leather necessarily. That really helps with this technique to kind of keep everything go in the back there. Made to get the full bottom part of the foot here because that's going to be kind of more scabbed and calloused up. Thicker skins. And of course, we're going to come back and, like I said, highlight over a lot of this too, to tone it down a little bit, because this is getting a little pronounced. But I'd rather overdo it at this stage and then come and highlight back over it than the other way around. So oops. Go do a little quick around the bottom of the. Maybe that'll help integrate these a little bit. It hurts. Look at that. That looks cool. That's looking really cool in there. Sweet. What is that sort of? Something works. And then I'm just going to come in here, literally turn this upside down and get a nice layer of that old gold down underneath to really push that shadow right there. It's awesome. That is awesome. Loving this. Make sure to get back in the leg here. Around that. Kind of up there. We get under here a little bit. Come back around the front here. Oh, that was sloppy in there. That's fine. Okay. Okay, and you can see how much better integrated, how much better developed the flesh is now than it was, you know, a few minutes ago. And now we're going to go back to getting that light flesh and white mix. And with water. It might be too much flesh, but we'll sort it out. Very thin. And then we're going to come in and just pick out some high points. Just a real quick highlight, and just toning down some of those shadows, and trying to get rid of some of the hard lines that we've left by doing this. So, you know, like coming back here on the back of the leg, just moving horizontally real fast, boom, 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 boom. Not covering the whole thing, but what I miss is gonna stay pink, right? So it's gonna stay with that old rose. So a couple little boom, 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 highlight. But we still have the development. We still have the development of the flesh tone. We still have the development of the shadows. So we don't lose that. We just lose some of the kind of overarching kind of pinkness of the whole thing. And we're just toning it down just a little bit. Just a little bit. But we want to make sure that we're not overdoing it. Because you can you can erase a lot of that good work. Or if you come in too heavy, with the brush, you can leave lines that weren't there before, you know. And that's definitely not what we want to do. So just be mindful of that when you're in here highlighting. Like here, we want to come on pretty strong up in here. Tone down a lot of that flat line kind of pink that's there, but look at that. That looks great. And this is really just very quick and chunky. Very quick and chunky.
Yeah.
I'm going to touch up that copper a little bit, but that's all right. Really just at the very top. Leave those shadows alone. And this is going to get blood and stuff, so this can be a little forceful on the highlight. Main thing is just not losing the shadows. It's the main thing right now. Because I don't want to glaze this to death either. I mean, I'm looking forward to moving on to the rider. As much fun as this Squig has been. The quicker we do the rider, the quicker we can come back and do all the fun weathering and stuff. So, looking forward to that. Oh, I haven't done that hose yet. That's fine. There we go. That was a little bit much. Very, very thin, so that's not having a huge effect, but it's having enough of an effect, I think. Just kind of hit those darkest spots and just chill them around just a little bit. I can see here. I think that looks damn good. I think that looks damn good. And now I'm going to get a violet ink. Stop. And burnt red. So cool. All right, let that dry for a second. All right. That violet ink. And this is just to get a real nice dark circle around the eye to give it that shadow. Ooh. I don't want it to bleed off into the... Right. I'll show you a little workflow here. So while that's drying, I'm going to come over here and get some of this Druchii and work on these that I missed. Oh, right. But also keeping in mind that this is not, that these I can finish whenever. This is just a convenience thing. It's a couple drops of paint, so I don't really have to, that's not really a factor in whether or not I want to keep doing this, but I need that ink to completely dry, because if I go in there and I pull some of that ink into the eyeball, it's going to take twice as long. So just real quick, I can... I think I'm going to leave the little spikes on the side, just flesh color. I'm going to leave those alone. I'm not going to do anything with those, even though they look kind of gray. I don't know what happened there. Hands dirty. That's frustrating. Okay. Let's get this done. Okay. Okay. There we go. That looks much better. Much more cohesive. And now we're just going to knock out the eyeballs real quick. And then really we can call the squig itself done for now. So, eyeball, Evil Sun Scarlet. This is Orange Fire. And then we're going to have a little bit of Ice Yellow. This is going to be quick. Actually, I'm going to take some of this highlight color. I don't know why these look so off, grayish, but it's going to bother me if I don't fix it. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's just feta. Okay, anyway. Evil Sun Scarlet. Keep it kind of ovular. Yeah, look at that. Aggro Squig Shark. That looks awesome. Now the Orange Fire. I am going to mix it with a little bit of that Evil Sun Scarlet, especially since Orange Fire has like no body whatsoever. So it needs to be kind of mixed. Another oval kind of facing forward. A little bit of Ice Yellow into that mix. Sweet. Hell yeah. That looks great. That looks great. And the only thing is just this hose. I'm going to paint it black. And there's a tooth on there or something. So, and then the stitching, we'll get a dark metallic, and I'll touch up this one spot on the, or these two spots on the leather and the copper. So, a couple little touch-ups, but other than that, this shark squig is done, and he looks awesome. So, really, really, really happy with that. That looks awesome. I'm really happy with how the old rose brought out a lot of subtlety in the flesh. It's going to be done for now. And then after we finish the torso of the Warboss, then we're going to come back and do all the weathering and everything else. And then we can start I'm going to start assembling the base as well. So that it'll be ready. It'll be ready when the Warboss is finished. So, and today we're starting on the Warboss himself, Killfist Bonekrakka, Snake by Warboss. And actually, I haven't really given this a good look over since putting it together. I actually think this is going to go pretty quick. So there's the flesh parts on his like torso and face. And there's some horns, which I'm not particularly excited about. And this fur, which will be cool. Little targeting squig, which will be fun. But like, this is a mechanical left arm with a metal. So that's metal. Metal blade. Metal gob. Metal shoulder pads. Metal shoulder pads. little bit more of that fur, more metal shoulder pads, more metal shoulder pads, shoulder pads, shoulder pads, and his arm goes into the power claw. So obviously we'll paint that flesh color, but the power claw itself is also metal. So it's going to be, and then the back banner, which I'm going to do copper metal. So it's just going to be like the flesh, the fur, the squig, some horns, and then a lot of metal, which is perfect. So I'm happy with that. So for the skin, I'm going to do something a little different. For the orks, I'm going to do a blue, a dark blue, gray blue, blue black color of skin. Just a different environment, just to switch it up, you know, and just do something different. So for the base coat, I'm going to use Abyssal Blue, highlight with a little of Old Faithful, the Dark Sea Blue, and use Pale Blue to lighten the Dark Sea Blue for the highlight. I just think it'll be fun. So there's really no deeper reason than that. I don't, you know, I just wanted to do it. So actually, Ben, my friend, who is a teammate and a friend of mine, we were brainstorming kind of orc schemes, and he suggested doing a blue flesh. So, which I thought was cool because it'll just be different, which is always nice. My friend Matt has some orcs with like red skin. And those look cool. So I do like the green. I mean, it's not that I don't like doing green skin. I think, the iconic kind of green skin orcs works really well. But oh, there it is. Sometimes it's nice to have some fun, do something different. Realize I put the little topper on, but I wasn't using the handle, so this is a Redgrass Games painting handle. I don't use it often at all, because most of the time when I paint stuff, it's on a base, but obviously this torso is not on a base, so it's a good opportunity to try this thing out. You can see how dark that blue is. Really, really dark. Oops. Okay, I gotta adjust now that the model itself is sitting higher on the painting handle. Adjust the camera here, get in there. Okay. I'm not sure what color I'm going to paint the, not sure what color I'm going to paint the fur just yet. I'm thinking like a light color, light tan, or almost like a bone color, brown. Just there really isn't a lot of natural text. There's not a lot of natural textiles on this model, on the Beastboss or the Warboss on Giant Squig or whatever this unit is. It's not Mozrog, although of course you could play him as Mozrog because he is on the great white squig. But it's not the only great white squig in the jungle. Or not jungle, desert, wasteland. Not the only fish in the sea kind of thing. The basing is going to be desert, wasteland basing, red desert basing. So okay, that's the base coat on the dark blue. Let that dry and then give it a quick wash. So we'll be right back. All right, that's mostly dry, but you know what? I am going to... I'm actually going to start on that fur while doing the flesh because they're so close together that I know... I'm going to overlap. I know it's going to get a little messed up. So... while I'm doing the flesh, I'm just going to come in here and at least get this base coat. Oh, sorry, this is yellow ochre. And this is going to take a few. I'm just going to take a couple coats here to get that down. And this will help. This will just help me visualize kind of color-wise the whole model because it's going to be a really, as you can see, it's a really strong element of the model here. Then I could be a little bit more, it's easier to clean up the metallic. But like trying to get back in here after painting a bunch of other stuff would have been a nightmare. So on the kind of on the front of the model, it looks like this is the furthest part out. So if you're painting inside out, you really want to leave the fur for later. But on the back here, as you can see, it's like right in the middle of everything. I see I already got some on his ear there. This is like behind his head. I wasn't sold on the Beastboss model. I thought I just didn't really like it that much. But after doing this conversion, I realized that my problem with the Beastboss model was actually just the legs for the Beastboss model. I think the model overall is like too short. It's like too short, which makes it kind of too wide of a model. And it just kind of looked off. So if you replace the legs and put them on a giant squig, I think it's much better balanced as a model. I think the torso is brilliant. So, when in doubt, if you're on the fence about an orc, just, chop them in half and put them on a giant squig, and it'll probably grow on you like a fungus. All right, yellow ochre is down. That's going to be a strong look. That is going to be a strong look. Get back into that. In that blue here. Yep. Okay. Well, this might require a little bit of jumping around. We're going to let that yellow ochre dry, and we'll be right back. Okay, and now we're going to take a little bit of tried and true old faithful Druchii Violet. I'm using Druchii Violet instead of black because I think it's just a more interesting kind of shadow color. It also shades blue really nicely. And it's, you know, my painting crutch. So, but black just like Nuln Oil, I mean, it would work, but I think Druchii is going to give it a little more color, a little more depth. I think it's just a better complement to the blue than Nuln Oil would be. But since shadows trend towards violet on the spectrum and not like black, it's usually why I use Druchii. And you know what? It usually is the right choice. Rarely am I like, oh, I really wish I'd used Nuln Oil instead. And if I do feel that way, I just put Nuln Oil over the Druchii. That's easy enough. And then, man, this paint holder top is loose. This thing's just spinning. I don't know if that's intentional or what, but it's annoying. Got more paint on its ear. And then for the fur, we're going to use a little Agrax first. Speaking of, oops, I hit the orc there. Speaking of old reliable, good old Agrax Earthshade. That's just crazy. The spinning it was just not working for me. This is more like just having an old base, which works for me. I've never really been a paint holder kind of guy, so that's worth a shot. Okay. Let those washes dry, and we'll be right back. All right, now that everything's all dried, then we are going to start in on highlighting the fur, also the face. But before we do that, we're just going to, I think red eyes is going to work better. Red eyes, and then I need, how about this violet red for the tongue? Which in hindsight, I probably should have done before the Druchii Violet, but that's okay. It's okay. If I have to drop a little Druchii down in there, that'll be all right. But I don't think so. The violet red is pretty mild. I mean, you know, big deal. And I'm doing the eyes and stuff first so that if I mess up, I can fix it without having to like risk my highlights and stuff. So very, very little paint. Red eyes are really going to stick out with this paint, with this color scheme. And they're also going to match the squig, which is nice. Let's get a little light orange. Ooh, that looks good. Oh, I really like that. In fact, I'm gonna bring the squig back here. Do a little light orange at the front there. Sweet. Ooh, I like that. Look at those like burning coals. That looks rad. Okay. We're off to a great start here. Let's just do the fur real quick and then we'll come back and do that. We'll do the head just in case I mess up this highlights on the fur. So I'm going to use dark sand for the highlight. I love this paint. I don't use it enough. Funnily enough, because I don't use it that, I wasn't using it that much because I used it for my Blood Angels basing. And here I'm just using the side of the brush. I use it for my Blood Angels basing, and everything that I use for my Blood Angels basing is in one tote. So it's in one place. I don't have to go looking for any of it when it comes time to paint my bases or base my models. Everything's just in one place. And so this paint color was in that tote, and I had a couple pots of it. So I just never, it wasn't available just for general use. It wasn't in my paint rack for general use. I was only using it if I was doing basing, and I was like, man, this paint is great. Great coverage, nice kind of chill, neutral, tan, yellowish color. It's just a great color. And it covers really well. It's just so it's a really good paint. And so I took one of the bottles out and put it in the general rotation, and here we are. So I'm using the side of brush and I'm trying to stay above the creases there. And on the back here, the lighting is going to shift a little bit. So when we're looking at the back of the model, we're looking at those highlights. This fur is like flowing a different way. Like it's strange. Not gonna lie. Because now this fur is flowing up on the back there. And it kind of meets over by the squig here in his hair. Like a wave, because part of it's flowing forward and part of it's flowing backward. So the fur on the back is flowing up and forward. It's just strange. It's an interesting choice. And then doing the front here. I mean, it's fine. It's not a big deal. It's not like anybody... Like, the fur is... If people are focusing on the fur, I've messed up the paint job on this model. You know, if people are like, oh, look at the fur, I've really missed the mark painting this model. Because there's plenty of other things, more interesting things to focus on. But I think this fur is going to be a really nice kind of backdrop for the head in particular. So that head's really going to stand out now with that light fur behind it. And it just gives it that nice kind of Beastnaggas look. So I'm excited. Vallejo model color ivory. Just going to take that and do some of the outer kind of top pieces of fur here. Some of the big ones coming out here. But I'm not doing it uniformly. I want to come in here and just grab a couple of these. I don't need to highlight everything. It can be uneven. It can be random. As I say, the more kind of random something can be, it looks more natural. Then come in here. I'm going to pick out a couple hairs back here. That looks pretty good. And then to top it off, I'm going to go the other direction. I'm going to get a little strong tone. And then with that strong tone, I'm going to come in here and kind of darken some of the fur around his head. And then back here, darken some of the fur at the bottom and like back here by the... I think that looks pretty good. I think that's pretty effective. So now we're going to move on to the flesh. Little dark sea blue. And actually, I'll take that dark sand. And then Ork's not known for their dental hygiene. Grab that dark, or that strong tone rather. nice and heavy on those teeth. And then we can revisit that once we come to do the horns and stuff. But so first things first, we're going to grab the Dark Sea Blue and start coming in here with some of these highlights on the hands. This is kind of a general highlight, so I'm going to get the whole finger. And when we lighten it up, we'll come back and focus like on the knuckles and things like that. So this stuff like way back under there, not going to happen. So just kind of focus on his abs here, his pecs, that muscle, that one. Even like this stuff in here, just not really. It's mostly the face. I mean, I'll come in and highlight this stuff, but it's really, we're really just kind of concentrating on the face at this point. Back muscle there. Here's some muscles we can kind of concentrate on. The elbow over here, making sure to stay out of the deepest kind of recesses. And then shoulder in there. And then, of course, the face. So, ears. Top of the forehead there. Around the eyes. Back jawline, kind of front jawline, above the teeth. The nose. Cheekbone. Then down to the jaw over here. So not a bad first pass, but not much happening. Little tiny bit of pale blue goes a long way. Not going to see a huge difference, but you'll see some difference. So just covering a smaller area now. Concentrating more on the knuckles on the hand here. And then have that muscle back there. That arm muscle, kind of the elbow. Now we're starting to get a little coloration on the muscles there. And I think on other models in this army, if I were to paint an army of these, obviously on models that had more skin showing, I think this this skin tone would be more striking. But I mean, I think it's going to work for nicely for the face. But just from a tiny bit more pale blue. Just from a volume standpoint, you know, this is not a very high volume skin tone with this little slice coverage. Okay, there we go. Looking good. A little bit on this. I don't want to over highlight. I don't want to over highlight the muscles because they're really, these especially are really hidden. So I don't want to bring those up too much, or it's going to look a little awkward being so far in the shadow, but then still being like really highlighted. This arm, on the other hand, is really sticking out, so we're going to do a nice job. Kind of go in the direction, so like these muscle fibers go up and down, and these kind of go side to side. Well, I mean, that's how we're going to paint them. I don't know. That actually works because, you know, orcs aren't real, so. And I also didn't study any kind of, you know, biological science in high school or college, for that matter. Not really my bag. So, and the final, I don't know if this would be the final highlight. This doesn't seem kind of aggressive enough. And we're just going to stick to the cheekbones, kind of top of the ears, eyebrows, top of the face, above the teeth. I don't know. I think that's pretty good. One more lighter, and I'm just kind of like tapping to give it some texture. There we go. That's much better. I like that. He's looking ferocious. That's a pretty good face. I'm really happy with that. So we're going to leave it there. When we come back, it's going to be base coat time. I mean, we're going to base coat some leather and a lot of metallics. It's really leather, metallics, horns, and then the squig and the hair and stuff. But maybe red, orange for the hair as well. You can see those kind of chunky highlights on the face. They work. I mean, the face looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. Definitely kind of blend that in a little bit so we're not quite as dark on the sides. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to stop messing with it before I ruin it. That's a little better. That's a little more balanced there. I like the orange eyes, the red orange eyes. I'm happy with it, man. It looks good. I mean, ironically, like the back of like this tricep is like the best highlighted part of the model so far. But let's pull him off there and let's see kind of how we're looking composition wise here. If I can get it in focus. So far, so good, I think. Squig is obviously the star of the show here so far, but we're going to bring up those metallics and everything on the Killboss are going to bring it up, or the Warboss rather. I'm still thinking about Cruel Voice, but they're really going to bring up, a lot of those dark elements and stuff. So targeting Squig will be fun, but we'll get to all that in a later segment. Thank you for following along. Thanks for your support. As always, if you have any questions, please leave them below so that everybody can see the answer. And we'll see you soon for part 8, where we tackle more metallics and leathers. It's not going to be that long of a segment because I'm not going to really go over it. I'm going to paint it the exact same as I did the metallics on the Squig so far. I will explain why I painted different elements, different metals. But I'm not going to go into, you're not going to sit here and watch me base coat and wash steel and highlight it the exact same way as I did on the Squig on the model. It's a waste of a tutorial. So that one will be a short one, but it's really then we're really going to start to see this model come together. So I'm excited. So thank you. Thanks for your support, and stay tuned for the next tutorials we'll be following shortly. We're going to be working on part 8 of the Warboss Killfist Bonekrakka tutorial series. And I know what you're thinking. Wow, that's really far along for where we ended last time. And you're right, it is. There are a couple different reasons for this. One is I was base coating the metallics like I said I was going to in the last video, and I just kind of got carried away in painting them. And the other thing is that, like, I really wasn't doing anything different. Like, there wasn't really anything that I felt I needed to cover for a tutorial. It's all kind of the same stuff. Like, the little Squig is just like a little purple Squig. I painted the eye white. I painted the crosshairs freehand. Here we go with the focusing. Boom. Little freehand crosshairs on the Squig, and then I used the little yellow Cazador yellow glaze to make it kind of a yellowish eye. Standard, very standard, just red lens there. The only thing that I guess is a little different would be like the horns coming out there. Really, really straightforward horn. It's just my scorching, my soot scorching and heat scorching tutorial, but done on the horns. So that's just sepia ink and black ink sprayed onto the horns and then matte varnished. Other than that, it's just the metallics, and then the same leather that I did, I glued him onto his legs. You can see here, it's not perfect. Like, there's a little tiny gap right there. I probably could have, like, sorted that out. But, I mean, it's whatever. It's on the back. It's the last thing anybody's going to look at. But I love... Okay. I love how this model is turning out. Squig looks fantastic. He looks fantastic on the Squig. I really like the balance of kind of weight that this model has. Everything moves really strongly vertically with that boss pull. So everything moves really strongly vertically all the way down through the top of the model here, all the way down through the Squig. It's very balanced on top of the Squig, so he's not falling off to one side, which is really important. And then we have this nice triangle of interest here with the boss that wasn't there. This boss pull obviously is not part of the Beastboss model. It's part of the Mozrog model. So when I just had the Beastboss on there, it just looked like it was missing something, and what it was missing was this kind of vertical element. So what's going to happen now is I'm going to construct the base for this model. Still waiting on the nameplate to get here. Hopefully that gets here tomorrow so I can take some pictures. But we're going to work on the base. It's going to be on a like a Martian red dirt kind of base. A lot of pigment work. It's going to be a very quick base. This base is not going to take long. And so it's going to be a really nice contrast to all the rust and everything. And then in the next tutorial segment, so we're going to build the base today and do another tutorial segment on all the weathering. And then we'll finish up the base, mount the model, and it'll be done. So the weathering is really going to bring a lot more color to the Warboss Killfist Bonekrakka and to the leg on the Squig. There's going to be some rust and a lot of verdigris. So that's going to be a lot of fun to do, and it's also going to bring a lot of color because his palette is super neutral, which of course was done on purpose as a snake bite, like I talked about on a previous video. His palette's very dark, very neutral, and that was done on purpose. So the little pop of color with the Squig is nice, and the purple in the Squig helps tie it into the purple on the larger Squig. Obviously, this Squig much more dangerous than the little Squig up there. And then at the very, very, very end, last thing we're going to do is do blood on the inside of the Squig's mouth and call it a day. So today I have an extra base here, 80 millimeter base. So we're just going to start off with a fresh base, so I don't have to like take him off his base. And our old tried and true, our old favorite cork. So I have a couple different corks here, and I don't like this one. Actually, so these have bigger particles than the other one that I just tossed. So this is the one I'm going to use. And I want to get a pretty good coverage with this. Just a little super glue, cyanoacrylite. And this model does not need to be taller. This is just, you know, adding some interest. Adding some interest on the base. This is a very tall model. It's, I don't know, it's probably the height of a Redemptor Dreadnought. I'd have to get one of my Redemptors out and actually do a side-by-side, but if it's not that tall, it's really close. But I have a feeling it's that tall. So I don't want big gaps here. So I'm going to put that there. Put that there. Get a nice there we go. I'm not gonna do any like skulls or I don't know, anything like that. It's just not in the cards for this base. I want to keep the base pretty simple, let the pigments and everything do the work for me. I'll do some tufts, but you don't really need a lot of stuff on the base, especially with a model like this. If it was like a Killican or a Death Dread or something like that, or certainly a plane, then sure. But for just something like this, I just don't see the benefit with such a busy model to to doing that. So first things first, I'm going to take some Doombull Brown. You can use Rhinox Hide. You can use whatever you want. Very, very quick base coat. This because we're going to be using some crackle, and I don't want the black to show through when it does crack. So I'm going to prime this all before I paint it anyway, so it doesn't, the color of this is less important. But primer, you know, if you've primed anything kind of crackle paste wise, it doesn't always, you have to work hard to get the primer all the way down into every little crevice. So rather than worry about that, I'm just going to skip it. So I'm going to mute this for a second to use the hairdryer. Ooh, it's hot. Hot. Okay. While that is just finishing drying, I have Vallejo Earth Texture Brown Earth. This is a very fine grit earth texture, which is good, which is exactly what I want. You can see it here, very, very paste. You know, it's texture paste, basically. And then I have the dregs of some March and Iron Earth here for a little bit of crackle. And like I've talked about before, when you mix these texture paints, these types of texture paint, crackle and that kind of you know, just sandy texture, you get a more natural look. So see if we can get some crackle through here. And it occurs to me that all my reasoning about painting the bottom part with the brown to get in the cracks would also apply to this, but it is too late now. So that's right. Let's use pigments. The pigments will work it out. It's fine. It's less of an issue than black. That's what I'll tell myself. And then here we have, really I should have painted that Doombull Brown as well, the top of the cork, I mean. And then here we have just the Vallejo texture. Just a nice, oops, that's much. This I'm going to kind of wedge down in the crevasses there. Got a little texture down there. Of course, this goes without saying, use a brush that, you know, I don't care if this brush survives this base. This is what this brush was selected for. It is living out its destiny as a basing brush. Do not care if it survives this encounter with basing materials. So this stuff's nice because it has a little color to it. But it's going to get primed over anyway, so. And this helps disguise the fact that he's just standing on cork. You know, we don't want the top to be perfectly flat. But also building this up isn't, you know, just gobbing this on doesn't look totally natural. So kind of muddle the ends of the cork there to give it a little bit of texture. This stuff is so fine grained that you can use it. Oops, that's not helpful. My God, Stop throwing this base around would be great.
It's so fine grained, you can use it on the ends of the cork to kind of make it a different texture than just like, oh, that's, you know, the outside texture of cork. So I'm just going to wipe off the rim. It's a lot easier to wipe off the rim at this stage than it is to scrape it off after it's dried.
I don't know if that's actually going to crackle. Hopefully. Okay. There we go. I'll wipe that. What's this? Excellent. And I think I'm going to...
I think we're going to get a little bit more of this Martian Iron Earth. And then...
I'll lay it on pretty thick here.
Okay.
Okay. I don't need that. That's good enough.
That is good enough. So that's just a base construction there. Easy peasy. We'll throw a few tufts on there. Do some pigments and things. It's going to be a cool looking base. Like, this is going to be a really cool looking base. And I already know it. Another reason why I want to do this basing scheme is sort of like, you know, I was talking about the Age of Sigmar armies that I was doing with the Cruel Boys and the Stormcasts. More so for the Cruel Boys, it's a horde army. Orks are the definition of a horde army. To be in a position to reasonably complete a horde army, you want to make choices about efficiency, you know, where it makes sense to do so. And basing is certainly a place where you can save a lot of time and effort. For an army, if I wanted to ever expand this into an army of orcs, doing basing like this for 60 or 80 infantry models and killicans and bikes and buggies, and doing basing like this for all those models is going to be really straightforward. So it's not going to take a lot of time. It's not going to cost a lot of money. It's not like resin bases for the models. I'm not using GW bases. One of those tubs of Vallejo texture will last, you know, hundreds and hundreds of bases. And so decisions like these will help. I'm going to prime, you'll see, I'm going to prime it. I'll probably airbrush it one color and then go in with the pigments. So making those decisions at this point help you long term when it comes to managing an army project. So always have that in mind when you're starting to make those bases for your army, and when you're settling on a basing scheme for your army. So thank you for your support. Thanks for following along. This is a real simple base, but it's going to be super effective. I'm really looking forward to the second segment where we paint it and then mount the model and do the pigments. So stay tuned for that. And if you have any questions, please leave them below. If you have any specific questions about how I painted the different elements of this model that aren't going to show up in the tutorial, look, you can already see like the coloring is going to work really well for him in the squig on that kind of warm base. Anyway, if you have any question about how I painted parts of this specifically that weren't covered in the tutorial, so the face and I only did the face and the fur, everything else was done, or the metallics were done same as the squig, and the leather was done same as the squig, but the other little bits and bobs, if you have any questions, just shoot me a message or just ask it below, and I'll be happy to answer those. But they're pretty standard techniques and things that I've covered a couple of times already. So thank you again. And when we come back, we will be weathering the shit out of this guy with some oils, some pigments, and this is where it's going to get really fun. So I'm looking forward to it. So thanks, and we'll see you soon. And we're going to be working on weathering this model using some oils, using some pigments, and we're gonna have a good time. I'm really looking forward to it. This is gonna add a lot to this model. It's really going to add a lot of color. It's going to add a lot of texture, a lot of character to this model. So I'm super excited to be getting into it. And let me just get my colors sorted out here, which I should have done before I started filming, but it's okay. So first things first, we're going to work on some verdigris just with the brush using acrylics. This is going to be the first thing because all the oils and everything and pigments are going to go on top of it. And this is the part that if I try to do it after the oils and there's some overlap, oils are not the easiest to paint over with acrylics. So we're getting the verdigris out of the way now, and then we'll do the oils. So Stegodon scale green, you can use any kind of blue greens that you have available. Stegodon scale green is great. Turquoise is great. Blue green is great. Sybarite green is great. And then white to lighten up Sybarite green and blue green. If I can throw scale color Caribbean blue in there. I could throw AK pastel green in there. I could throw AK pastel blue in there. So really any kind of blue greens that you have at your disposal are up for grabs when doing verdigris. First thing we're going to do is some Stegodon scale green. We're going to lay kind of a darker base here. And I'm going to be using just water to thin this out. And this needs to be really, really thin. You see how watery this is? The first couple passes here are going to be, we want this to be kind of tide marked. We want this to be kind of messy and make sure I get in these recesses here. Make sure I get around anything that's protruding. And I'm going to come back. We're going to come back and we're going to deal with the copper itself as well, as far as highlighting that, touching it up. But so here on the sword, so we're going to go through and we're going to get all just get a nice little, it's not like exactly a base coat. It's that first kind of layer, the oldest layer of verdigris on these elements is going to be the darkest layer. So closest to the other metals where, moisture is kind of settled. We're going to do a little blood splatter. I mean, this is going to be layers and layers and layers of weathering here. This is just the start. We've only just begun. And you can see I'm not, this is important. I want to get underneath all this, because if I don't do it now, I'm going to forget. So underneath all these edges here with the sneck, and
more water, a little bit more of that Stegodon. If you want to see an absolute masterclass of Verdigris, kind of done with acrylics, David Soper, who does everything brilliantly, has been working on a Plague Burst Crawler, kind of reimagining of his Golden Demon, his 90s Golden Demon Nurgle Predator. He redid it with a Plague Burst Crawler and a Great Unclean One model. And it's one of the most technically well-painted models I've ever seen. And the Verdigris on it is just insane. So, and it's all done by brush. So if you want to see kind of the masterclass version of this, go check out David Soper stuff. But I painted and the thing that, it's David Soper, so I'm not, he's won, 5 Slayer swords or something crazy. Whoops. Don't want to do that though. So it's not useful to compare anything that I do to David Soper's, because in the time David Soper's done the Verdigris on his model, I've painted 3 armies. So, and I like what I do. So really getting dark with the Verdigris there. Perfect. Moving on. A little bit of turquoise. This is a little more saturated.
Okay.
See here. See up here. So a lot of water, a little bit of paint. That's too much paint. So even that's too much. Yep. Need more water. Because it's okay for this to tide mark. That's what I learned, from looking at David's stuff, especially these kind of medium colors. It's okay for it to tide mark. It's okay for it to kind of look weird. Nature's weird. This stuff settles in odd ways. So it's okay for this to be random. And you can see already you can see how much more blue this is going to bring the model. This is why I didn't paint a bunch of panels blue. Because even though this is that copper, right? Even though on the original kind of scheme, you're like, oh, that's a lot of copper. That's cool. It's not copper. It's going to be blue. So coming back and doing that in this blue turquoise makes it a very different, very, very different look from a color scheme standpoint than the warm copper that it was prior to this. So I'm still going to come back and we're going to punch the copper up a little bit in areas after we do this to kind of even it out a little bit. I don't want the whole thing just to be blue, but I do want most of it to be blue, turquoise blue. And the only thing, really don't want to use a hair dryer to do this because the paints are so watery that the hair dryer can just kind of tend to just blow it around. So the only kind of downside of this is just having to wait in between colors. I don't have to wait till it's 100% dry, but I do want to wait until it's mostly dry. I don't want these aren't here to mix on the model the colors. That's not the goal here. So, oh my gosh, that was too much. All right, so I'll leave that for a second, let it dry, and then we'll be right back. All right, and we're back. And you see that that's dry. Now I'm going to get a little bit of this Caribbean blue. Ooh, too much. Way too much. A little blue-green there. Little Sybarite green. And you can see like how dark this blue is still. Now we want to bring that up into, you know, the tones that we typically associate with Verdigris, which are these really blue-green tones here. So, and you can see the three different, we have the Sybarite green, which is kind of a more desaturated, kind of muted green, and then we have the blue-green from Vallejo Model Color, and then also the Caribbean blue from Scale 75. So start with a little Caribbean blue. And this is definitely like kind of micro weathering. This is intentional. This is not macro level. Now we're starting to get that blue. See that? And you see how, like, because it's so thin, how those different watermarks and that staining is happening. That's what happens with Verdigris. So it's a very natural look. And this is one of those techniques that has the added bonus of looking natural when it's like really the technique that lets you paint it really kind of straightforward and sloppy and quickly is also the one that makes it look natural. So, you know, when I can find techniques like that, I get super excited. Which is, you know, why I'm doing it. And this is super fun. I love this. This is some of my favorite stuff to do is weathering like this. It's all feel, it's all kind of, look at that those tide marks and stuff here on the big pieces. Super cool. Super, super cool. That's because it's, you know, it's like colored water. Like, this is really, it looks a lot more saturated than it is just because of how bright these colors are. But this is, you know, water. Hell yeah, this is going to look great. I'm already excited about this. I'm going to get some of that blue-green. Yeah. And we're going over the area with the Caribbean blue, kind of getting into a different different areas here. But these are going to overlap. All of this is going to overlap again and again and again, and we're going to build up that texture and build up that color with this, you know, turquoise, aqua blue. Oh no! Added bonus. When you're working with stuff this thin, it rubs off really well. Proud about these teeth down here. Go back and get a little bit of that lighter color. Work it, work it. So now we're going to come in with the Sybarite. And Sybarite is another totally different green. And like, not all these are gonna come up with the same kind of colors, you know. These are all going to weather a little bit. All these pieces, they could be different ages, they could be different internal kind of chemical compositions that let it show verdigris a little differently. So you don't ever want to just, and like I always say, the more kind of intentional randomness you can put in there, the more natural it's going to look. Right. So that's the that's those. We're going to let that dry, and then we're going to look at it, kind of reevaluate, see where we need to bring it up. I'm getting really excited about what's going on down here, what's going on back here. Super cool. So let that dry, and we'll be right back. And I mean, when I say let it dry, I mean like 5 minutes. Okay, now that that is totally dry, we can see really nice development there. Really nice development there. When the steel around them gets weathered, this will all make a little bit more sense. Right now, it's like this really weathered copper next to pristine, kind of like, it's not pristine, but like shiny silver. So that's a little incongruous, but anyway, that'll get fixed. Pastel green and pastel blue from AK. I could just add white to Sybarite green and blue green and get the same paints, but since I have these, you know, why not use them? How different are they really? Not hugely, but so here's the pastel blue, almost white. Here's pastel green, almost white. I'm sure they'll look a little different when they're dry, but for now, they don't look that different. So I'm going to use, I think, a little bit of pastel green first. And this is just like, oof, that's a bit much. I may move a little bit of this in with, let me move a little Caribbean in with this, because it's just, it's a little, there we go. That's a better color. And then also keep in mind, we're going to come back with some pigments as well. So this is really like kind of rivet juice. And down at the bottom here. Okay. There you go. Can I get it on there? Kind of use my finger a little bit. You know, for finger painting, we're having a good time. Let's be honest. There we go. That's adding a really nice kind of lightness to the verdigris that was not there before this step. So I just want to be careful because it's so light. I'm going to come in, I'm going to give it a little dab just to get the kind of major areas and leave it in the so this is that pale blue, pale green. In this application, they're essentially identical, mixed with a little bit of that Caribbean blue from Scale 75 just to chill it out a little bit. Otherwise, it was just too much. So, it was too much, too white, too jarring. It almost looks like a salt buildup or something on the verdigris, which is not, you know, it's not the end of the world. I think it looks super cool. The main thing we want to try to avoid here is straight lines. We don't want to like paint on a straight line. That's why I'm doing everything with the dabs and little marks there. Okay. Now that we've got that done, now we'll let that dry, I guess. Yeah, let's let it dry just a couple minutes. Okay, that time I did use the hair dryer. But look at, okay, I'm gonna let's get this sorted out and then let's zoom in on this because I want to show what I'm talking about here. The layers. The key is going to be trying to do a little copper touch-ups without ruining this. That's going to be the hard part. So here you see we have all these different layers of... So you still see that copper a little bit. Then we have all the blues. We have the dark blues, greens, lighter. We got this kind of flowing, kind of lightest green here. This is a little much, so the copper, and because this is like where it'll get crunched, that I'm gonna you'll see, I'll explain it. And you know, but the back banner is not gonna get touched up that much. And the legs, I don't think I'm gonna touch up that much just because they look really, really good. You can see those kind of tide marks and everything there. Just looks really good. So I'm going to take a really busted destroyed brush and some of that metal colored copper. And I'm going to find one that is like really low stakes, like this one, just to see how it looks when I come in and do a little stippling. That looks okay. So I don't think it's going to ruin it to do a little stippling on the edge. because to get a buildup like this, it needs to be in an area that it's not getting rubbed off. Whereas like on a power claw, that's going to be rubbed off constantly. Less so on the boss pole, but if I don't do something, this is almost like an edge highlight. If I don't do something, the whole thing's just going to be this kind of blue color. So I'm doing these little kind of almost edge highlights. And then same thing here, little texture. But just on the ends, just where it would get a little bit of wear. Just where we get a little bit of wear, and that would get rubbed off. From kind of friction. Impacts. Sorry, I'm holding my breath a little bit because if I ruin this, I'm going to be sad. But I think it's going okay. I'm not really worried about the silver because I'm about to weather the crap out of that in the next video. So oh no. I gotta hit that again. Okay, that's fine. Oof, look at that. That is cool. Because this is on his fist, is going to get a lot of friction, a lot of wear and tear. So the edges especially are going to be really worn. Just little kind of hot spots of copper up there. I feel like this needs a little bit more. A little bit more wear. There we go. That did not work. Coming back with that aqua a little bit. And that Caribbean blue. Because that 100% did not work. That looked like crap. Everything else, though... excuse me. Everything else, though, I think worked. And less is more, less is more, less is more. I really don't want to undo a lot of this work that I've done, so... And then if we really want to be cool with it, then we're going to come back here. We're going to get some pale green, very, very thin. And then we can do drips here and really give it that kind of next level. Get a little bit of that aqua, but really only from the back. Everything else is going to move around so much that it doesn't make as much sense. But for the back banner, and maybe the leg, because it looks cool. Doesn't make the most sense, but there we go. That's what it was missing. So, using more than one color always helps. They should be mindful of where they are.
Shit. Cool.
Yeah, that looks fucking dope.
Okay. So that's the Verdigris part done. Now we're going to come back in the next segment and we're going to do some rust. Let's take a look at that all together now. And you see how much blue that added to the scheme. Really, really great. Really great. Added a ton. Now when that red gets added and the red base, it's just going to go like this thing's just going to explode. So it's fun leaving it to the very end. Then we'll do the basing and obviously the blood in the mouth of the squig, and then it'll be done. So super stoked. And we'll be back shortly for, I don't know, part 9, part 10, whatever the next part is. I think it's part 10 to do Rust. So excited for that, and stay tuned. It'll be up soon. So thank you. Thank you for your support. If you have any questions, please leave it below. This was super fun to do. It's a great technique to experiment with. It's very forgiving. So give it a shot. You know, I love it. I just have fun doing it. So we're going to be doing the other part of the weathering that we did last time with the Verdigris. Now we're going to be doing rust, but in a twist, we are going to be using oils instead of acrylics and pigments. Oils and pigments instead of acrylics. And we're going to toss I said we were going to toss some pigment onto the Verdigris. I may pick a couple spots because I have this beautiful pale, here it is, faded blue pigment that, as you can see, goes really nicely with the Verdigris, and it would add a nice bit of texture. But I really don't want to mess with the Verdigris because I love where it is right now. I think it is great for, the amount of time that I spent on it. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it turned out exactly how I wanted it to, which is kind of the same thing, honestly. But the order of business today is not Verdigris. The order of business today is rust. So I have some oil paints here. I have Indian red, I have burnt sienna, and I have cadmium orange. Cadmium orange might just sit on the shelf because cadmium orange is like neon. This is what I used for like the Tron Tau scheme. That's like way too new. I think new rust is going to be pigment based, not oil based, so we're going to put that aside. But and a little bit of magenta, which really is more like violet, but this cobalt violet is too purple. Ow. Lovely thing about oils is you can mix all this stuff, Sam. It's too purple. You see how purple that is? That's not going to work. The magenta is darker, but it has like less body. It's not a very like fulsome. It's better. Paint. So actually what I can do is I'm just going to use my Blood Angels mix, which is the magenta and like raw umber. So you can see it's just darker. It's just more kind of a violet, like a dark violet than it is that magenta. It's not as purple, but it's close. I'm going in without any varnish because I want this to influence the paint. I want it to stick. I want it to be durable. Where using the Q-tips doesn't just completely wipe away the paint. This is going to be a little delicate. This is going to be tough because I don't want to get it everywhere, but I need to do this. So Artist White Spirit is the name of the game. And then I'm going to put the lid back on this because it's just making me nervous. These are little Tamiya jars that I use for different oil paints that I use often. If I don't use them often, they don't get a jar. So sorry, there's a ring notification. I also have kind of a brownish red here that I use for I think that's my mix for my Austin suppression cannon pattern. I think so. Okay. But you can see reddish brown, violet, and then I have the Indian red, which is this really brilliant red color. Kind of brownish red. Super saturated. We're going to be throwing these colors around. That is what we're going to be doing. We'll let it dry. We'll take some off, and then we're going to come back with pigments over the top of these. But these are going to be the foundational oils for
this part of the project. So for this part of the oil, or the rust, excuse me, cheese. I don't need much of this because I'm not going to be using much. Honestly, it's way too much oil on the palette already. This is 10 times more than I was need, but you know, oils are super cheap for how long they last. I mean, you just need middle of the road oils and they'll last. I have the same burnt umber and black tubes that I got when I started oil washing like 60 years ago. And you guys know how much I oil wash. It's almost every model I touch. So what I do need, I'm going to use another kind of brush that I'm willing to destroy. And then here's a synthetic brush that I'll also use. I'm going to try and kind of modulate my breathing here because this is going to be intense because there's really no margin for error on this. I'm either going to, you know, if I start making mistakes on the model, the model's just going to be fucked up. So I want to move slow because I don't want to fling paint. But this violet is going to be like the oldest rust on anything is going to be kind of a dark violet brown color. So I'm using this kind of violet magenta here, definitely around the engine. Guns. Ooh. No, that doesn't work in water. Gosh. What? This is what I'm talking about. Okay. Q-tips. My water pot is ruined, but that's okay. Get my cap here with a little bit of white spirit in it. And then another brush. At this point, I don't really care if I start destroying brushes because I need this to not ruin all that verdigris that I just did. I don't really. Oh. So this is just straight white spirit. And this will get the oil off. Okay, deep breath. Deep breath. Okay. Oh, no, not water. Gosh, darn it. Deep breaths. Deep breath. This is stressful. This is stressful for me because this is this is make it or break it time here. So I got that violet on there. Now I'm going to move to a little bit of this kind of brown, reddish brown here. Oops, sorry. Now this kind of brownish is going to be a little bit newer as far as like rust goes. So I'm going to be a little bit more. I'm going to put this, be a little more generous with this than I was with the violet, because the violet's really the oldest rust. And we want to get a nice mix here. So but again, this is all kind of foundational level stuff. I'm actually going to come over here and get some of this ember. And not umber, the burnt sienna. Okay. Come back with the sienna. This is more orange. Oops, that's... So the thing about oils is that when you come in with a later color with that white spirit on it, it's going to reactivate everything underneath it too. So you got to move quick. We're kind of blending all these oils on the model, which leads to some really cool effects. And then now with that Indian red. Oops, I know, I forgot something. Yeah, I forgot this up here. Put some Indian red. Indian red is like the most saturated, I think, oil paint that I own. This stuff's super crazy. Can always come back and touch up too as needed, but like this Indian red is gonna go super crazy. So gotcha. There we go. So if I want to like knock something out that is kind of bothering me, I just use the Indian red and just knock it right out the box. Oops. There we go. So, no. See, it's splashed under there, so I'm just going to get a Q-tip, a lot of white spirit, and try and, because this stuff will stain the shit out of this letter color here. And I think I'm going to do another tutorial for like mass producing this effect for doing, I have some kilocans, and in the interest of like exploring like an army scheme of an army like a horde army I don't really want to spend a lot of time painting, it would be examining doing this. So this Indian red is going to be kind of the most persistent oil. As you can see, it's really taking over. It's really taking things over, but that's okay because this is the last kind of paint we're going to use before we come back through with the Q-tips, and then we'll move on to pigments. So, oops. Can't forget. I mean, I did forget this, but I don't want to. But you can see how much more color the rust is going to add to this color scheme now. And I'm pretty much good. I'm pretty much good on oils. We're going to let that fully dry. I want to make sure that there aren't any other big glaring kind of gobs of oil paint anywhere. Let that fully dry. I mean, like, 20, 30 minutes. Really let it marinate, because I really wanted to influence the paint underneath. So I'm going to leave it there. So if I start wiping it off now, because the paint is wet in the recesses, it's going to wipe off more than I really want to. I'm so impatient, though. I really want to do it right now, but I'm not going to. So I'm going to take those off the table so that I don't accidentally knock them over or anything. I'm going to put those away. And now we wait. Now we put it off to the side. But overall, you can see the scheme now. You can see how much warmth all that brought. The nice contrast with the face, with the verdigris on the back banner and on the leg, how those panels stand out. And what I was talking about with the Kilocan is doing an army like this, like these metallics, but not really having there's no shoulder pad scheme to this guy. There's no the army color is, orange or yellow or red, or like the army colors are like rust and like verdigris would be these verdigris panels would be the army color. But for the 98% of the Kilocan, it would be all this rust work. I think the mistake that I made is I did this in the wrong order. I should have done this oil work on the metallics, on the steel metallics. I should have done the oil work first, finished it, let it completely dry, varnished it, then done the paint for the verdigris, and then done the pigments at the very end. The mistake that I made was doing the oils after the verdigris. It's not the end of the world, but it's overwhelming some of the verdigris right now. I'm not super happy about it. So, let's give it one. Let's see if we can do something real quick. Right there, Brett. Hair dryer. Okay. I'm just too impatient for words. I have to go pick up my kids from school in like 15 minutes. So before I go, I'm gonna try and take all the oil paints off here. So I just used the hair dryer for like a minute, heated it up. Because really anything that I lose with the oils I can make up for with pigments. So a little bit of white spirit, a little bit of Q-tip, and then this is pretty much going to take it back to the metallic from before, but with a little attitude, little coloring, little attitude. So I'm being very, very gentle. I do not want to, I'm not rubbing this really hard. I'm not trying to pull a lot of this off, but you can see how like it's all left in the creases, in the crevices there. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about like doing this as like a paint scheme for an army, for like killicans and bikes and planes and trucks and, you know, all that stuff. This is what I mean. So you just come through, you do the airbrush, you do the wash, quick dry brush with the other metallic colors, and then do this kind of splotchy oils everywhere, do a light Q-tip to expose some more metal, and then go back with pigments like we're going to do. Like, look at that. That looks great. That looks great. This leg is going to look great. So like it would look awesome and it would be super easy to do. And I'll do a tutorial because it would be fun. Just to show how I would go about, like, look at that. That looks awesome. That looks super cool. That texture on the silver underneath. Just doing a quick Q-tip here over the top. And then I'll also come back at the very end. You'll see when I come back with a little bit of that exhaust manifold and take out some of the worn edges. Same thing I did with the copper, but just maybe a little bit more with the exhaust manifold. Especially like on the edge of the blade and stuff, that the edge of the blade and the edge of the power fist. Killer claw, whatever it is. Kind of dinosaur head claw things. Man, this looks good. Work smart, not hard. This isn't the hardest. This is not the hardest stuff to do. It takes some practice, obviously. But as far as like a technical skill, working with oils is fun and pretty straightforward. So like, I want you to look here. Like up here, look at how natural that rust looks. That's really just like Indian red over that steel, and then a light Q-tipping. But like, look at this. Look at all this texture that we've gotten in here with these rusty metallics. The leg, the boots, the engine, the blade. And now the whole model is like warmed up a little bit. Two, it's still dark.
but we have some rust red and rust orange pigments to add to this that are going to really bring it all the way to where we want it to be. And then we'll be done, you know? So this just looks rad. And those almost look like, you know, turquoise armor panels until you know, really give them a good look and you're like, oh snap, those are, you know, verdigris copper. So I think that could work for like an army scheme. I think it'd be really cool. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it. But I like the warmth. I like the red, the rust. I can't wait to get in there with pigments. So I'm gonna call it there. And then when we come back, I'm gonna do the base, and then I'm gonna be ready for. I'm gonna do the pigments on him and the pigments on the base at the same time. So I'm only messing with pigments once, and the pigments on the base tutorial will be like 5 minutes long. So I'll do those pigments at the same time. So when we come back next time, I'm going to be painting the base and mounting the model on the base. All the oils will be dry by then, and so we'll be able to just go in with the rust pigments and the dirt pigments and just finish the model off. So thank you, as always, for your support. Thank you for following along with this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm having a ton of fun with it. It's just ridiculously fun. I love it. It's a great model, and I'm having a blast. So if you have any questions, please leave them below so that everybody can see the answer. And we'll see you next time to finish everything but the pigments on the model, get it on the base, and then we'll finish the model off. So I can't wait. I'm really, really, really excited to see this model done. We're going to be doing part 11 of the Warboss Killfist Bonekrakka tutorial series, and today we're going to be working on the base. I may also do the pigments depending on how quickly I get through this base, and get the model mounted on the base. That may be as far as we get today, and then save the last segment for pigments. That very well may happen. So without further ado, we have the base is all dried here. You can see there's a little bit of crackle in there, which is really nice. A little bit of grit texture, that's fine. That's all I really wanted out of this. And it looks suitably, you know, looks like a cork base. So nothing fancy. Warboss Killfist Bonekrakka is looking freaking epic. The oils are looking really good around all the steel metallics. This is, I don't know, 5 hours after finishing applications. So all these are, you know, fully dry. These aren't going anywhere. I need to remember to do this stitching on the seat and stitching on the squig. Mental note. So all that's left on, but like if I left it here, that would be fine. I'd be super happy with that. But you know, we're gonna add a little orange and stuff in there. I actually can't find my Vallejo German Red Brown primer, which is weird because I thought I had a big thing of it, big bottle of it, but apparently not. So it goes on my list that I keep on my phone, and in just the notes app on my phone, I keep a list of paints that I need to buy. That way, whenever I go to the store, because I'm not going to remember all of them. When I go to the store, when I'm ordering online, I just go through the app and make sure that, you know, I'm not missing anything. But this is I don't know, burnt red from Vallejo. It's essentially the same color. It's a little more red, I think, than the primer, but not by much. That red brown primer is pretty red.
And who knows, if this looks great, I'm not beyond using using the red just from now on. Whoops. Let's hose it. Hose it. Just make sure to get the sides of the cork. That's my ace. Main concern. We don't have that cork. I mean, the pigments are going to sort all that out. So, not worried about that. Okay. Let's try. And then I'm actually going to take this paint that I really, really like. I love this color. I used it for some terrain. But it's called Peanut Butter. Where is it? Is it this one? Nope, this Mars Orange. Peanut Butter. Maybe too far. It's called Chink Orange from Scale 75. Like chink in the armor. Peanut Butter's too yellow, I think. Was it Mars Orange that I used? I think I used Mars Orange. Forget about the orange color. It's too orange. Way too orange. I think it's orange. We use Chink Orange. Where's... That is peanut butter. Okay. I'm not losing my mind. More than normal. I like this because it's a little rusty. It's like a rusty orange, which is perfect for what I want to do here. And then this is just going to go over most of the base there. And then we're just going to basically spray the base orange. Okay. Oh yeah, I think we're just gonna motor through. Let me turn off the mic. Let me pause real quick. I'm just gonna hair dryer this real quick. Okay, now that the base is dry, you can see it's not quite as orange. And now we can really start to see how nice that's gonna contrast. It's gonna look so good. Little piece of paper here for the glue, sprayed with super glue, my hook nose pliers, and then I have Buffalo Grass Autumn. I'm also writing this down because I want to use the same tufts, across the army if I don't come back to it for a minute. I'm going to do the killicans, so obviously I will be back to this shortly, but some tufts. I want to, just make sure that in the future, if I come back to this project, I'm able to kind of use the same tufts. And putting them on this orange base really brings out the green in these tufts, which is, it's fine. It's not a huge deal. They're going to get treated with the pigments as well. So, and just maybe one more in the middle there. Did one fall off my hand? Yeah, this little patch here. Let me find a home for that. Cool. That's fine. That looks good. So push that away. Boom. Take this away. Thank you. All right. And wanted to make sure my hands were clean for this next part. which is one of the scary parts. So what we're going to do now is get Killfist Bonekrakka off his base without destroying the model or breaking the toe. Because I think he's only held on by this one toe, like right here. There we go. Stubborn. The blood. I cannot forget the blood. The blood is going to be like the thing that I forget. I have a feeling. Make sure to get a clean connection there. Clean connection there. Okay. I'm using a 0.75 millimeter bit. Just drill into the foot like so. Where's that little piece of... Let's use a different piece. Put the piece of paper there. I'm going to position it so like so. That's how well balanced this model is. It stands up, which is actually, I mean, honestly, that's pretty impressive for a kit bash to get a model to stand like that, considering how much bigger the torso is than the one that came with the model. But here, sorry, I'm going to move this into an area where you can see it. So I have the hole in the back of the ankle. What was that? Oh, okay. I put the pin in. I'm going to cut this long because I want it to go all the way through the base. I'll worry about the Shuda in a second. That looks good. Now I'm going to come here. There we go. Drill through. Kind of wiggle a little bit to give myself a little bit of room. And then I'm going to glue the bottom of this foot, the pin itself, and then also the bottom of the other foot. Ooh, I missed. There it goes. Push down on the feet, and then I'm going to come under here. I'm going to bend the pin over. That's really going to lock in the foot. And then I'm going to take a little bit of glue and glue the pin to the bottom of the base like so. And that's going to give a really solid pin to the base, which is, you know, it's important, especially on a model of this size. In a model that, you know, when you're gaming, you're going to be physical with this model. This model is not going to, you know, this is not just a kind of deploy it and set it and forget it type of model. This model, you're going to be moving all around the table. So you want to make sure that this has a good connection. My gosh. Can you tell it's 10:30 at night? All right. Got the tools put away. I don't need that. This. Now we get out the next set of tools. Base goes in the base pile. And now you can see this really take shape. Like, that's the base color. It's a great contrast. I'm really, really, really happy with it. And so now I get my box of pigments out. I'm going to need my metal palette. I'm going to need, this is my pigment fixer brush. I use Soilworks Terrain Fixer from Scale 75. It is the best, except no substitutions. Synthetic brush, Terracotta Earth. Nice rusty earth tone. Then we have rust orange, which is more saturated. And rust red, which is a really nice pigment as well. And then dark yellow, but we're not going to be using yellow for the pigment. Maybe I'll throw a little... Gosh, look at this. This is so exciting. This is neon. This is like so neon that it doesn't really register how orange this is. That'd be fun to throw on the base, but I'm not feeling quite that adventurous today. So as far as the base, I think the terracotta earth, maybe some of the dark yellow, and like the rust orange, I think is going to do us just fine. I'm actually going to get this palette out instead of the metal one. Okay. And we're going to use isopropyl for our pigment washes. I'm going to get a little heavy with those. I also have violet here, but I don't think this is really going to come into play. This is too dark. Well, maybe for the rust. Maybe we'll grab that. Sorry. Pulling back on what I said. Okay. Pigments are that thing you don't want to spill. If you value your clothes or your work area or your carpet at your in-laws' house or any of those things, you do not want to spill your pigments. Don't do that. Okay. There's some violet. And as we know, this isopropyl is going to evaporate real quick. So, but we're going to be moving fast. Little rust red here. This stuff is super saturated, so I don't need much of that. What I am going to need a bunch of is the basing pigments. So dark yellow, terracotta earth over in that area. And then rust orange as well. Okay, let's get down to business, shall we? First things first, I'm going to take some of this violet. Ooh, that got dark in a hurry. Take some of this violet and work it in kind of the deepest areas of so the violet is going to be the oldest rust is going to be violet. So we can work it kind of under here, in with the engine here. Maybe some up there. But not much, right? Because, you know, this guy's out and about. Maybe on the inside of the fist here, just to give some shadow to everything going on in there. So the isopropyl also helps it wick into the recesses, and we'll go into the skull here on the shoulder with the violet as well. And the cool thing about using isopropyl washes is you can see this develop real fast, because it does evaporate so quickly. So everything that you're doing here is coming together pretty quickly. Okay. Kind of clean that off a little bit. Come and get some of this red. This red is crazy saturated, so We're going to make sure that that's nice and thin before we go nuts on the red, because this is going to show up big, big, big time. See, this is already too much. Just kind of give it a little wipe there. So you can see that start to develop. Oh man, I should have. That's fine. I was gonna say I should have varnished this model before I did all this, because you can't varnish it now. It's too late, because it'll kill the pigments. So we are past varnishing. No varnishing for me. But it's fine. I like the look of the pigments better anyway. I like how they behave better. They behave differently if there's like a matte varnish on there before you do pigments. So it's not the end of the world. It'll be okay. So let's make sure to get in here. Yes. This is just really laying a lot of groundwork for probably the most exciting pigment to use, which is rust orange, because that pigment rules. These are all Secret Weapon pigments. Unfortunately, Secret Weapon Miniatures is going out of business, has gone out of business. So you actually can't get these anymore from them. You may be able to find them online. I have a prodigious stash of these. They last forever. So like I think I've maybe replaced one pot of pigment in my life, and that was because I used it for like tens of thousands of points of basing. Oh no, I don't want that up there. So you got to be careful, because the isopropyl, it won't eat through like the acrylic paint, but it will eat through actually acrylic inks. Really, so it'll just wipe those inks off the model, which obviously I don't want, as I hit the ink with the pigment. Great. Good job, Collins. Okay. As soon as I'm done, I'm pussyfooting around with the red here. I'm actually gonna come get some of this violet now and get it up in here. Some of that violet. Okay. Now that orange, that beautiful rust orange. And this is really what you expect to see, is the orange. This is the main event. This is the color that everybody shows up to see on a Friday night, is the rust orange. So you want to make sure that you know, you give the people what they want. I mean, a lot of, when you're painting, you want to, it's a mix between, kind of doing your own thing and forging your own path, and then, but not necessarily so far that you kind of lose sight of the subject, but also you need to have some touchstones, I think, of what people are really expecting to see. It can't all be, totally unexpected, or it won't. See there, that's the rust. That's the rust everybody's coming for. That color right there. And we're going to give it to him. X going to give it to you. God, I haven't listened to it much. Wow. Probably since it died, actually. Just a couple songs. Yeah. There we go. Now we're getting it. Now we're where we want to be. It's the rust orange, man. I'm telling you. This is the paint that, well, this is the pigment that brings the whole scheme, the whole project together, I think, in my opinion. This adds that pop of color. This adds that interest to the scheme, the warmth to the scheme. I mean, this really makes the scheme, I think. As much, I want the Verdigris to be kind of the focus, but the star of the show is going to be the orange rust. And it looks freaking great. And I'm getting some red rust actually to go behind the gob here, so it's not just silver back there. But it just looks good, You got to be careful not to do too much, because it's easy to do too. Oh, I have some touching up to do. On the underside of these, the ink's getting rubbed off, so let me come back and do that after all said and done. All right. Let's get a little bit more of that orange, or a little bit more on the engine here. But I think we're good on the leg. I think we're good on the engine. See that leg? Now it's coming together. Amazing. Looks awesome. Okay. Now, since we've done that, now we can come in with the big boy here, big boy pigment brush. And this is orange rust. This is terracotta earth back here. A little bit of the yellow. little bit of yellow. Jeez, that was a lot of yellow. That's okay. This isn't organic. I'm going to lean more on that terracotta, I think, than the rust, because there's a lot of rust on the model too. But I also gotta be a little more patient, a little more gentle, a little more patient. I don't want it to splash up necessarily. And the thing is, like with pigments, you can't really see it until it dries. So, you're never really sure what you're getting until it's there. Which is also something I like about pigments. It's just more unpredictable. Okay. Okay. I think that, as they say, is that. Won't know really until all those pigments on the base dry. But I think it's going to be good. I think there might be a little too much yellow, but whatever. That's fine. If there is, I can always just come back with different pigment over the top here in a second. I don't want to touch the model. There's another can of this. It does not come out at all. So let's get this stuff out of the way. And I'm going to pause so I can hair dryer. 1 second. Okay, we're done with the hairbrush. It's not fully dry, but it's most of the way there. I actually like the yellow in the basing because there's not a lot of yellow on the actual model itself. So I actually really liked it. I like where the rust is at. I like the basing. I'm super happy with this. Couple little touch-ups that I can see just on these horns and like a little bit of metallic on the end of that gun, but nothing major. This is a good looking model. The rust really brought everything together, I think, with the basing and just everything. Let's zoom in on that. And you can really see texture, kind of rubbing off the kind of watermark of. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Shoot. Almost forgot. I talked about it like the whole time. And I almost forgot at the very, very end what I was gonna do. And that was the exhaust manifold. I almost forgot. And a little detail brush here. Because these, oops, sorry. The edge of this blade is actually being used. The rust is not going to stay built up on the edge of the blade. It's going to get worn off whenever the blade is, comes in contact with like a hard object like bone or something like that. The edge of this is just going to be clean metal every time. Something that doesn't necessarily always translate super, super well, but it's important to do, I think. And I can come up here and just do that touch up real quick. But mainly, I keep remembering things I forgot. Which is a good thing. Let's get. I forgot to do the blood. Which, looking at it now, honestly, God, I don't know if it even needs it. I think it would be distraction at this point. I think the tongue looks okay. I think it would be a distraction at this point. Yeah, because I'd have to do splatter. I'd have to do all kinds of crazy stuff to get it to, like, look natural. And like have it like dribbling down his chin and stuff like that. Like it wouldn't just be contained in his mouth. So I think I'm gonna skip it. Anyway, let's get back to talking about rust. So here we go. Fix the sword, cleaver, or whatever. But you see like on his jaw, you see the claw is, you can still see steel coming through. But there's a lot of really nice rust back here. There's a lot of really nice rust back here. But really the leg, I think, is going to be the star of the show with the verdigris and the rust and everything. I think it's just great. I'm at a total loss on what to do on that tongue. Fudge. Okay. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll sleep on it. That. I don't know what to do. So I'm gonna sleep on it. I'll just leave it alone for now and call it done. Let's do it. Let's do it. Fuck it. That can go back in there. Remember when I was like, oh, this won't matter. You can just do this real quick. It matters now. A little bit of Druchii Violet here. And honestly, I don't know, maybe a little red-black, secret weapon red-black to get at least something in the mouth on those flesh tones in there. Well, that's not bad. I mean, you're not gonna be able to see back in there, so it's not really that big a deal. But that I should have cut off from the beginning. I don't like stuff like that. Just a little bit. A little black ink. I guess. So this is some Tamiya clear red with a little bit of black ink after all. I don't know. I think that looks all right. I mean, what can I say? I am an indecisive person, and lately I think I better just trust my gut at the end of the day. That this is gonna look pretty good. Oh shit. No, that doesn't look good. Fuck. Like leaking out over there. Damn it. That's not ideal. Fuck, now we're getting into fucking cartoon land. Damn it. I guess that looks fine. That looks fine from there. Not tremendously pleased with that, but yeah, it'll grow on me, I'm sure. Well, isopropyl will chill that down real quick. A little bit of isopropyl just to chill that out just a little bit. On the inside of the mouth there. I mean, it's fine. Damn. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. People are going to be looking at that anyway. So I'm done. I'm done. I am not messing with this model anymore because I know I'm at the point where I'm just going to fuck it up if I keep messing with it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm glad there's something going on in there now. And then my trusty Samar Black for the base rim, and we can call Warboss Killfist Bonekrakka finished. I wish my nameplate had shown up in time for pictures for GW, but alas, was not meant to be. But that's okay. Hopefully they will be here by the time I can actually show pictures of the model. Boom, done. He looks great. Okay, the mouth is growing on me. I'm happy with it now. It's growing on me. Done and done. That is a badass looking model. I will say that. That is a freaking badass looking model. This guy's awesome. More than happy to have that at the head of my WOG. Warboss Killfist Bonekrakka on Great White Squig. What a baller. Woo, I'm happy to have that done. I like the yellow in the base a lot. I love the verdigris is my favorite part of this model outside of probably the shark coloration in the flesh on the squig. I think looks great. The verdigris is great. The Rust, I think, looks really, really good. The conversion I'm really happy with. So overall, I'm extremely happy with this paint job. Man, what a release. Okay. Thank you for following along. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial series as much as I enjoyed making it. I hope you find it useful. I trust that you will. This model fucking owns. This thing absolutely owns. I love it. Not going to start an orc army per se, but, you know, if I ever want to, I have a badass warboss to lead it. So I will be doing another tutorial set on doing quick vehicles for this same scheme, for the same army, with some kilocans that I have that are already assembled and primed. So look for that alongside this tutorial series or after it. I think it's going to be a very orky Orktober for the Patreon. But thank you for your support. Thanks for following along. I hope you enjoy it. And take care, be well, and wog.